Hi everyone, how are we all doing today? Happy Sapphic Sunday! Hello Pasa, hello Akini, welcome! Today is an exciting day because we're starting a new visual novel, a new game. And this is the game I've been, one of the few games I've been excited and waiting for. This is Our Home, My Keeper, a new Elan game, which we all know I love, but this is also a game that they made in collaboration with the lovely and extremely talented Ebihime, who is a name I'm very familiar with in terms of the visual novel scene. I know they're so precious. Look at them. Look at these. Wait, look at these babies. Also, amazingly cute cursor. Oh my god. Oh wait, I just noticed the fucking tape. Ah, it's cute. That's cute. But yeah, welcome. This is Our Home, My Keeper, made by
Let's go! Let's go, lesbians! Let's go!
Thank you, Pots of the Lesbians. Yes, it is lesbian time. This is made by, like I said, Studio Elan and Ebihime. Ebihime, I believe, was the main writer. Hello, Bolivia. Welcome. Let me just double check my facts before I start spewing
that you look like the sort of person
absolutely incorrect
who
facts.
would enjoy one of our fairy
Well.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Thank you for the 3 hydrates, Bolivia. Let me check the facts about this before I start talking bullshit. Before I start talking on my ass like an idiot. Yes, the scenario was made by Ebihime. Thank you, Bolivia. That's wrong. You also put up Renee. I forgot about that. I forgot to do that. Let's get to that. The story was written by the amazing Ebihime, who, like I said before, I'm not a stranger to. I had the press kit open one time. Here it is, first press kit. Document. This is written by Ebihime, the amazing lady. Amazing writer. We love them. They're great. The artist is Weenie Des. And the amazing music we've been listening to for the past few minutes is composed by the talented Sing2 Conley. Very, very great person. Who also was the person who made my opening music, if you're wondering. But yeah, this is a lovely game. It came out at the end of last month, end of April 30th, which I've been excitedly waiting for. If you are interested, you should check the game yourself. The links for both the Steam page and the itch are in the pinned message and Twitch chat, and are also going to be in the YouTube VOD description, as always, because you gotta credit the game and link back to the game, because it's important. People don't know where to find the games. But yeah, I've been excited. I know very little about this game besides the fact that there are adorable, cute little fairy fella, and Paige, who is a struggling writer, who I think writes children's books, as far as the Steam page says. And I'm excited. The little press description says that when Paige purchases an old house out in the English countryside, she thinks it'll be the perfect opportunity for her to focus on her next novel. Deadlines are hanging over her head, and she needs help. She needs all the help she can get. What she's expecting is for excitement and inspiration to come in the form of Faye, a friendly fairy who's occupied the house for far longer than Paige has. Which is really exciting. I've been dying to see this game ever since I saw its development. I think probably 2-3 years. I don't know how long. Maybe 2-3 years ago. I'd say maybe a tiny bit longer than I've known about Please Be Happy. I don't remember the exact date or how long. It's been at least 2 years since I've been waiting, which I've been excited for. But without further ado, if you want to try the game yourself, like I said before, the game is linked both in Twitch chat and in the YouTube VOD description. If you want to try the game, go do it. Go support amazing game devs and writers. They do great things. But let's jump in. Also, this is really cute. This is really, I can't get over how adorable this is. Also, the UI is so pretty. But it's also, when I press the options button, I got an achievement for accessing the extras gallery. I haven't done anything yet. I'm not gonna press the extras button. I'm not sure what I'll find in there. I don't want to see any spoilers back. So maybe there's like some guest art. I don't want to look at that yet. That's for later. That's when we finish the game. But yeah, I'm stalling. I'm just stalling. Stop stalling. Let's play the game. New game and see what is up. I'm really excited. Big excitement. Big excitement. Why am I being pinged? Let me message. Oh no. Just Alright. Alright. That should take care of that. That should take care of that. I finished screwing the last leg into my desk, then took a step back to admire the fruits of my labour. I'm playing Page. It's her theme. This is the same desk I've been using in my London apartment for the last 6 years. I bought it during a sale and thought it was cheap. It's pretty sturdy. It served me well during my writing sessions, most of which lasted long into the night. Also, remember this font is pretty. Also, oh my god, this is cute. The UI is cute. Adorable. Also, this is a very lovely little office space. Look, all those lots of books. Cute little desk. Adorable. Hell yeah. Look, so many pencils. Hell yeah. I know he did such a good job. Whoop. So Faye did such a good job. It's so cute, and so I love the little animated segment of this UI. Also, I like how I play winter mode. I like how if the cursor is bigger than it's supposed to be usually, so I can the cursor can just sticks out of the window just a little bit more than usual, and just at some point just phases out into my normal cursor, which is kind of funny to me. That's besides the point. Which is a little silly thing that happens when you have custom cursors for games. You're playing windowed mode. It's like, oh, this cursor is overlapping. This sticks out a lot because it's a lot bigger. The top of the desk is ringed with dark marks from innumerable cups of tea. I might have an addiction, which stubbornly refuse to shift no matter how I scrub at them. I can't read for shit. Fuck me in the ass. Jesus. I've been thinking of getting a new desk for a while, but I can't bring myself to do it. I know a new desk is nowhere near as large an investment as a new house, but I have a lot of fond memories of this desk. It's been a steadfast companion to me throughout the years, more reliable than my ex-partner, apart from Neve, maybe. Also, looking at I saw someone post in the Elan Discord, like, looking at the pronunciation of his name, baffled the fuck out of me. Like, okay, it can't be that weird. Looks it up. Oh, that's pronounced Neve. Good to know for when I play the game. No more you're saying Niam. Apart from Neve, maybe. I could abandon this desk for a new, shiny model. That wouldn't feel right. Not when we've been through so much together. It really is a keeper. My desk was actually the last bit of furniture I needed to set up in my shiny new office. Well, which is what I did. But where else? In my shiny new home. House, even. Not home. It is a house. For now. I think after all that work, my office is looking pretty nice. Ooh, just a moment to appreciate this office. I see you. I see you there. Highway Blossoms OST. Or at least half of it, I think. I think it's the second one. And I see the Heart of the Woods OST right there as well. I think there's two of them, if I remember correctly. This is the second one. Yes, the second one. The first one has them in the RV in the sunlight, I believe. If my memory serves me correctly. And this is the Heart of the Woods one. Really cute. My desk is scuffed up and the sunny sunshine which spills in the summery sunshine which spills in through the large window behind it exposes every single imperfection. That doesn't detract from the quiet dignity of my new office, though. The artfully arranged bookcase and the newly installed shelves full of memorabilia. A few landscape paintings are arranged on the walls, brought from an antique store in Camden, and the bulb hanging from the ceiling's been covered with an slightly natty rose pink lampshade. Pistol effects are scattered all over the available surface. Some old, others new, which give the room some character. Some people might say that's a bit too much character, crammed into my office, which is one of the smallest rooms in my new house, but I don't care. I like it, and that's all that matters. I can't work at a place that's too tidy. Baby. Poke, poke, poke. Pat, pat, pat. Poke, poke, poke. Pat, 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 pat. Baby. Pat, 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 pat. I've always been an agent of chaos, ever since I was a kid. My mother, was forever nagging me to tidy my room. She didn't seem to understand that I had a system. I always knew where everything was. Except on the occasions when I didn't. I think this room turned out great. I wiped my palms on my jeans, then turned to flash at Neve a smile. I almost read the wrong one. Oh, I said it incorrectly again. Like a fucking idiot. Flashed Neve a smile. Thanks for your help. I couldn't have done it without you. You flatter me. Neve smiles faintly, as is the way with her. All of Neve's expressions are faint, just like diluted tea. She's never been the most expressive person. She rarely maintains eye contact when she speaks, either. Also, she's adorable. Pretty lady appreciation moment. Appreciate the lady. Women. Love them. Pat, pat, pat. Also, her outfit is adorable. Big fan. I love this little ruffle. Hell yeah. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, 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 pat. Also like the choker. Adorable. So nice. Hell yeah. Women. I know some people find her attitude unsettling, but I've known her for so long it doesn't bother me. Neve is just Neve. And that's all there is to it. You're an independent woman. I'm sure you could have managed it. I'm sure I could, but it would have taken a lot longer. Two pairs of hands are better than one. I will concur with you on that score, even if my hands are unsuited for lugging heavy furniture around. I've always been better at delicate tasks. Yeah, I know. Sorry to put you out of your comfort zone. It's alright. I'm always happy to help. Just say the word, and I'll come running. You're too sweet. Oh, look at them. So adorable. I'm not sure. I think I like patting them. It's so cute. Pat, 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 pat. Pat the woman. Pat, 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 pat. I couldn't Neve, overcome by a sudden rush of love for her. I've been feeling a bit guilty, actually, having her cart furniture around for me all day, but she's just gotten snippy about it. She makes it incredibly easy for me to rely on her. I have other friends I could have asked to lend a hand with my move back in London, but I know they all have their hands full. Christine has 2 sons who need constant attention, and Sadie's been having a pretty tough time with her husband, and Alison's been working nights lately, which has flipped her sleep schedule upside down. I don't think any of them would have helped me if I'd called, but they would have done it begrudgingly, with a sense of obligation. Neve's the only person I know who, when she says, "I'm always happy to help," means it. At least we finished the hard part now, even if it did take a bit of doing. Do you want to come down to the kitchen, Neve? I can bring you a cup of tea. I've got some biscuits too. You deserve a break. Neve looks at the clock newly mounted on the wall of my office. The moving van got here a little after 11, and now it's 5:30. Damn, it's been 6.5 hours. That is a lot of moving. Rats. It's still light outside, but the sun will probably start setting soon. I should make my way back home, actually. The journey will take a couple of hours. I don't want to leave things too late. Fair enough. I wouldn't want to navigate these countryside roads at night either. I had hard enough time getting here this morning, but it was light and bright and sunny. Ashdown might be situated in an aesthetically pleasing part of the country, but the roads are a nightmare. They're all one way, all bumpy and ill-maintained, with more bends than a game of snakes and ladders. Are you going then? I really should. But I'm afraid it might be a while when I next have a chance to speak to you. You won't be in London anymore, so I suppose I can stay for just 1 cup. That shouldn't take too long, provided we don't start reminiscing. You're awful for that, Paige. Sorry. I just can't help it. It's fun talking about the good old days. If you're talking about the sundown secretary era, then I'd have to counter that. Those were not the good old days. Not in the slightest. They were very bad old days, actually. I'm glad to be done with them. Oh, come on. Did you really hate secondary school that much? Yes, I did. Really? If I was there? I suppose that was the saving grace. Every cloud has a silver lining. Oh, cute. Pat, 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 pat. Then I'm glad I'm yawning. Neve and I chatted amicably as we leave my new office. Oh, new house. New room. Let's look at it. Admire the new house. Wow, look at that entranceway. Wow. Nice. Sleek. Compact. Nice little mirror at the door. Fix your hair. There's no pictures on the wall. Hell yeah. I closed the door behind me, putting away my old desk and my new potted plants and my old books in their new cases, and head downstairs. Neve pauses in the hallway by the front door, then says, "Oh yes, I have something I want to give you." "You do?" I frown. This is the first Neve's mentioned any present. I wonder what it could be. Maybe it's something practical? Like a new set of kitchenware? That'd make for a decent housewarming gift. I'm flattered by her thoughtfulness, but I'm also faintly embarrassed. You really didn't have to get me anything, you know? I thought I told you that over the phone. You did, but I didn't listen to you. Well, I can see that. I sigh. That is so like you. I know it is. Did you expect anything less? I guess not. No. Neve's never been one to pay attention to other people. That was a common point of contention amongst her teachers at sundown. Neve was constantly receiving reports at the end of every school year to the tune of Neve Braun is quite well behaved for most part, but she really must learn to pay attention in class. I left your gift in the car. Go and fetch it. Alright, I'll be in the kitchen. Brewing our tea. I presume you want sugar? Always. A disproportionately large amount of it? Of course. If Neve could always have her own way, I bet she'd happily gulp down the tea that's more sugar than liquid. Her sweet tooth is so pronounced, it's a wonder she has any teeth left. Alright then, I'll start preparing your heart attack in a cup, milady. And I'll get a few bourbons ready too. Oh, good. They're my favourites. I figured you deserved it. After all the help you've given me, I should be treating you. Why can't we treat one another? That's what friends are supposed to do. He smiles, then turns to the front door. Hang tight. I'll be back soon. Neve slides his shoes on, then grips the door handle, gives it a tug. The handle is stiff from age, and it sticks. I'll have to oil it later. But it gives after subjecting to a force. She pushes the door open, then steps outside and shuts it behind her. The thud of the closing door sounds awfully final. This is the first time I've been alone in my new property. It's much bigger than my London flat, with an abundance of wild, spacious room, plus an attic. It's almost overwhelming. It's almost overwhelming. But to push these thoughts aside, it's not like I'll be alone for long. Leave just heading out to the car. She'll be back for her sugary tea and biscuits. And then... No. I can't afford to be melancholy. I should be happy about my move. I was looking forward to this for months. There's no sense getting disconcerted because the house is too large. This house isn't what I'm used to, but I'm sure I'll get used to it. It'll take some time, that's all. These things always do. I inhale the air strangely. I inhale the air. I inhale the air strangely stale upon my tongue. Was that my imagination? Then make my way to the kitchen. I can read good. Don't worry. Not like I've been reading for over fucking. Like I've been reading to y'all for over like 3 days. Accumulative over early hours. No, totally not done that. Totally. The kitchen was one of the first rooms the house Neve helped me get into some semblance of order. All my plates and bowls and mugs had been tucked away in their cupboards, and the cutlery is in their drawers. The slightly beaten up table and chairs to my old London flat had been installed by the windows which look out at the overgrown garden. The table and chairs aren't cheap things bought from IKEA. I assumed that my London flat was fine. Here, however, they stand out. almost a little too bright brown. There's something almost synthetic about them. Kitchen tour. Yeah, I definitely see it. This does not match the other browns in this room. It's a bit brown, a bit too browny. But the kitchen is lovely. Look at that. Very lovely little kitchen. This little blender, this little space there. There's little plants. Oh, little hanging planter there as well. Hell yeah. Little fridge. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh, wood. What? Ooh, it's a wood stove. Mmm, fancy. I guess that does make sense. It is a kind of countryside. I guess I wouldn't expect a bunch of gas lines running through. Maybe, I don't know. That's a double sink? Question mark. I don't know what those are actually. Is that two sinks? I can't tell. Probably not. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know anything about furniture. Oh well. I can always get a new kitchen table and some new chairs if I have to. So like I have any real attachment to them. Nostalgia made it impossible for me to even think about throwing away my writing desk. But I don't have any fond feelings for this cheap old table. I only use it to eat meals, and those pretty rare occasions. During the height of my Cristobal. The fuck's that? Cristobal は何ですか? Okay, during the height of my Cristobal-induced frenzy, I took most of my meals at my writing desk. I tapped new chapters. Oh, it's her book. That makes sense. I tapped new chapters of Cristobal's adventures into life dutifully, between sips of herbal tea and mouthfuls of lukewarm pasta. Food might be necessary. Food might be a necessity, but I have an unfortunate habit of forgetting about it when I get too ensconced in my work. What of words I don't use normally. Ensconced. It's unfortunate, but I haven't been that invested in my work since I finished up the third and final volume of the Cristobal series more than a year ago. I've been hoping to hit upon some new vein of inspiration, but I sigh and turn my attention to the task at hand. Tea. I'm supposed to be brewing tea. Promise Neve. I fill the kettle with water and set it to boil. Then I retrieve the mugs. I'm in the middle of fishing through the cupboards, searching for the tea bags. Where did I put them anyway? When? Oh? I see, or think I see at least, a flash of movement somewhere out of the garden. What could it have been? An animal, maybe? Eltman is located in the middle of the countryside. Wouldn't it be all surprising if my garden was full of squirrels and rabbits? Rabbits mentioned? Bunnies? Squirrels lived in large oak trees outside my London apartment too. I used to see them scampering across the pavement when I went outside. Sometimes they'd patter across the roof at night, and the footsteps would filter down through the ceiling of my room. They woke me up on more than one occasion. If London was a serious squirrel problem, London has a serious squirrel problem, despite being a bustling metropolis, the countryside should be even worse. What was I expecting, really? I'm being silly. But for whatever reason, I can't tear my eyes away from the windows. The myriad The myriad bushes outside, all gnarled and tangled, shift in the breeze. A few aged trees, sycamores maybe? Beech? I don't know. I can't tell. I'm a city girl. Jut out from the foliage. Their boughs bent. Their bows bent. I can't see anything untoward in the garden. No squirrels or rabbits. No trespassers either. That's not saying much, however. My back garden is so overgrown, it's hard to see much of anything. It might be a fan of controlled chaos. I might be a fan of controlled chaos, but my dense jungle of a garden is a trip to the hospital just waiting to happen. I'll need to get somebody to tend my garden. I might be able to trim extraneous words, my work in progress scripts, but I don't fancy my chances when it comes to trees and weeds. I've never had much of a green thumb. I like plants and flowers in theory, but my knowledge when it comes to gardening begins and ends at succulents. They're about the only plants I can actually keep alive. A while ago, one of my better friends, Sadie, I think, bought me a money plant for my birthday. I think it lasted about 3 months before it gave up the ghost. She was more impressed than upset, I think, that I'd made much short work of it. Apparently, money trees are meant to be pretty hardy. They can live for decades, you know, Sadie told me. When I told her about my parents' unfortunate demise, what do you do? Don't tell me you've been watering it with hydrochloric acid. I didn't go that far, of course. The real issue, I think, is that I didn't water it at all. It slipped my mind. Mood. Big mood. I forgot to do things as well. All the time. How am I supposed to look after a houseplant when I often forget to feed and water myself? Sadie told me that money plants are good omens. She said that if I had taken care of it, it would have taken care of me. Don't blame me if your bank balance takes a sudden hit. She warned me, as though my imminent financial ruin was forthcoming. The joke's on her, really, because my fortunes expanded to an unbelievable degree after I took that poor plant out. But that's besides the point. I continue to stare out at my wilderness of a garden, but still can't see anything. Maybe I'm being paranoid. It's not like I saw anything unusual out in the garden. At this point, I'm not sure if I saw anything at all. Why then am I still staring? I want to turn my gaze away from the garden, but I can't. It feels like I've been hypnotized. The undergrowth shifts before my eyes, green and brown and earthy. The sunlight is bright, but it won't last. The sun will set soon. I'm looking forward to sliding beneath my covers tonight and getting some shut-eye. First, however, I need to make a start of that tea. The kettle should be almost boiled. Come to think of it, where's Neve? I know she said she went to fetch my supposed gift from my car, but she's been gone for a long time. I hope she hasn't turned her ankle. I finally turn my eyes away from the windows and glance about the kitchen. Steam is pouring from the spout of the kettle. The water inside is bubbling like the contents of a witch's cauldron, but the switch is still pushed down. That's funny. My ketchup's automatic. It's supposed to turn itself off once the water starts boiling. Could it be broken? Maybe got banged about the move. I hastened over to the kettle, then turned it off manually. The water inside begins to settle. The thick steam continues to unspool from the spout. I fill my ceramic teapot with loose leaves. After some consideration, I had to go for cardamom and pour the boiling water into the pot. Then I let the leaves steep. I'm busy searching for my biscuits, opening cupboards after cupboard. Not this one. Not this one either. Sissy, where are they? When the door opens. It's Neve. Finally back from her outdoor odyssey. It took her long enough. Why were you so long, Neve? I turned to her, frowning, more unsettled than I have any right to be. I don't know why I feel so on edge all of a sudden. It must be the nerves from the move. Come back to bite me in my brief moment of respite. I can't fucking read words good. Fuck. Come back to bite me in my brief moment of respite. That's an exhaustion. I really could do with a lie down. I was beginning to worry about you. It took ages. Sorry, I got distracted. Bye? The scenery. Oh, I see. Sorry, just grab my chapstick and put it back away. That makes sense. Eldham isn't that far away from London. It might as well be a different universe. Its own self-contained ecosystem. It's very green in Artnum. And the twisting streets are liberally lined with trees. It looks like something you'd see in a period drama, or maybe a black and white postcard for 1900s. It's a memory of a more bucolic England, free from smog and smoke and pollution. So, yeah, I hope the volume's good. I'm gonna try to let me up a little bit for you guys, just in case it's a bit too quiet. I don't know. It's just nice. It's a nice atmospheric, somber music so far. I'm enjoying it. So it's really good. Really good BGM so far. BGM? Really good music so far. I'm enjoying it. Really sets the scene. Real good. I say as the music stops playing. And without them's quietude coupled with its almost intense beauty, which won me over. I knew when I first came here that I had to stay. It stole my heart. Maybe it's done something similar to Neve. Not that she could uproot her as easily as I can. She has a studio to think of, and her dolls. Speaking of which, you brought one of your dolls with you? He nods. She's holding a porcelain doll in her arms, as tenderly as one might hold a baby. And in a sense, I suppose these dolls are her babies. Cutie. Oh, look at little fella. Look at that. Adorable. Neve crafts them herself from scratch, working long into the night. I don't know all the specifics which go into her dolls, but the period of gestation, from conception to finished product, takes, at the very least, around 3 months. This might be a short pregnancy, maybe a short pregnancy the most, but it's more intense in a sense. More expensive too. Neve has to plan every single aspect of her dolls. like an engineer might when constructing a bridge. She makes her own molds, paints face plates, sews clothes, and creates hair with real human hair. Creates wigs with real human hair. Neve's dolls are all incredibly detailed and, as far as I know, incredibly involved. When Neve gets stuck in on a project, she can work for days on end without sleeping, without eating. Neve's dolls are to her what my writing is to me, I suppose. Her love for her work is so overwhelming, it blots out everything else. I've known her to spend whole days running on nothing, with toast and coffee during her more involved projects as she works, hunkered down in her atelier. Making dolls might be Neve's passion, but it's also her profession. Neve's parents are relatively well off, and they helped set her up with her own studio. She took on clients, mostly rich people with money to burn, and she was able to establish herself as a genuine artiste. The dolls have been written about in any number of high-end magazines, and been featured in art galleries across the country. Neve has even been interviewed about her work on live TV, and headed workshops about her artistic process. She's found a celebrity in the art world, thanks to her dolls, and I think the hype is well deserved. People often talk divisively about modern art, but Neve's dolls are special. Her atelier back in London is cramped full of half-finished projects. Dolls' eyes in jars, and dolls' heads resting on shelves like ingredients prepared for a cannibal's feast. It really is a sight to behold. Much like the doll clasped to Neve's chest right now. The doll is wearing a white blouse and ruffled skirt, which stops past her ball-jointed knees, perfect for any well-to-do young lady, and her tiny feet are encased in black leather shoes, real leather, no Neve's attention to detail, with silver buckles. She is, in a word, adorable. I've not seen this doll before, not on the pages of any glossy magazines or on the cramped shelves in his atelier. It must be a new piece. Here. Neve hands me the doll. This is for you. What? I guess I should have seen this development coming. Neve did say she was going to get me a present. But I still blink. I scan the unblemished face of Neve's doll. The doll's eyes are framed with a sweep of dramatically long lashes. Her lips are curled to a small smile. Women. 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 The doll's face has been sculpted in such detail, she looks almost real. Her irises, in particular, are so vivid. I couldn't be surprised if she actually was alive. Neve has made many gorgeous dolls in her time, but I think this might be one of the best. How much would a custom doll like this even cost, anyway? The materials to make these dolls are highly expensive. The costs are easily offset by the sheer amount of Neve's wealthy patrons and are willing to pay. This must cost thousands, tens of thousands maybe. This doll is unique, one of a kind, created by Neve Brannon herself. And now she's handing it to me in my brand new kitchen, without asking for so much as a down payment. Can I really accept such a valuable gift? Are you sure you want me to have this, Neve? Neve nods. It'll be a waste if you don't accept it. I did make this doll for you. For me? Neve nods again. Wait a second. I modeled her after your aesthetic preferences. She should be to your tastes. She's down bad, guys. She's fucking down bad. Paige is down bad. Paige is so damn bad, guys. Paige is so damn bad. Look at her. I would like to think of you. I would like to think I know you well enough, after all. These years of knowing what you like. Know what you like. Neve got me there. I've always been a fan of dark hair like this. And blunt cut fringes. So Neve herself wears her own hair. Give me a second, I need to... You got me there. I've always been a fan of dark hair like this, in blunt cut fringes. This is how Neve herself wears her own hair. She has 3 years since we were at sundown together. Neve isn't big on change. The doll's clothes are also to my tastes. Ostentatiously Victorian. I would never wear such cumbersome dress to myself. I don't wear dresses at all, actually. But I've always loved poring over illustrations in old children's books. Alice in Wonderland, in particular. Who doesn't love frilly skirts? Also, I remember correctly, frilly skirts was one of the features on the Steam page, right? If I remember correctly? Let me double check real quick. It is, yes. In the features of the game, there is an feature of the game on Steam, is on, I think also on TH as well, is an over 75k word story, approximately 48 hours of reading, written by Amy, a linear narrative with no twists or branches, lots of detailed character artwork, a beautiful original soundtrack by Sing Conley, and an ending theme featuring Moon Jelly, a cute and wholesome Yuri romance, a heroine with bald-twisted limbs, mystery and intrigue, frilly dresses. Frilly dresses is a feature of the game, and that's not wrong. Who doesn't love frilly skirts? As a children's novelist, and a fantasy novelist at that, I feel like I have some kind of obligation to go wild with Alice in Adventures in Wonderland. The aesthetics of it are very appealing. I guess you're right. You really do know me too well. This doll is totally adorable. Isn't she, just? A rare smile that captures Naomi's lips. Her expression isn't so very dissimilar from that of her dolls. I made her for you, to make you happy. You shouldn't be able to resist her charms. Please, take her. She can keep you company. You really made her for me? Really? Why wouldn't I? It must have been awfully expensive. Too much and time-consuming. It's fine. I had fun making it. So it doesn't matter. But what about the price of the materials? I should at least reimburse you. You don't have to do that. You did commission this doll. I made it for you. To make you happy. I would be very pleased if you would accept it. Seeing you smile is all the payment I require. Naomi is being pretty pushy about this. Naomi? Neve! Wrong word. Neve is being pretty pushy about this. For a quiet woman with few words, she's remarkably good at getting her own way. She might be a dog person. She was a dog herself. An Irish wolfhound called Sparky. But Neve herself is as sneaky as a cat. Admiring the CG real quick. So cute. I love it. The lighting is adorable. Women. Dreaded woman. Now she's sprung this gift on me. I can't possibly refuse. That would look rude. I feel a little guilty about all the work that must have gone into the stall, but... well, if you insist. I brush a few strands of doll's fringe with my fingers as I examine her. The doll isn't particularly large, but it feels heavy in my hands. I wonder if this can be attributed to her actual physical weight or the weight of the emotions Neve put into her creation. I keep saying Naomi. I can't read. It's Neve. It's Neve. Neve. Thank you, Neve. She's lovely. I swear to God, not Neve. I'm just double checking real quick. I feel like an idiot if it's not. Yes. 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 Is it? Checking. Checking before I feel like an idiot. Okay, good. Not having a dyslexia. Not having a. I still can't go over the fact that I spent a whole stream last 2 years ago, by now I think, mispronouncing a character's name because of my dyslexia. Goddamn dyslexia, but this is different. This is a wholly different thing. But I still can't go. I can't get over the fact that I spent a whole stream misreading a fucking character's name. This saying, if I can, is, if I can say, anyways. Thank you, Neve. She's lovely. I know she is. I worked long hours on her. I wanted her to be perfect. All for me? For you in part. But I wanted to make her for me too. I had a vision in my head, and I knew I had to make it a reality. I wouldn't be able to risk otherwise. You know how it is. Yeah, I know. I get like that about my writing too. I was positively demented when I was working on my third and final part of the Christabel trilogy. Like Neve with the dolls, I worked around the clock, often until 3 or 4 in the morning. It's been a while since I last felt that impetus to create. It's the publication of my last novel. I've been stagnating, even. I can't read. Fuck. I wonder if the dedication Neve put into the crafting of this doll is catching me. I do hope so. I could use some inspiration right now. I really can't thank you enough. You really didn't have to get me such a nice present. I know I didn't. That is the point. I wanted to. It's just a small token of my appreciation. You're downplaying yourself. There's no way this is small. art galleries across the country, heck, across the whole world, would kill to get their hands on something like this. They can try. It won't work. Nobody will be able to hurt you. Not how do you have this doll? I fashioned her to keep you company. You won't be living in London now. You won't be able to talk as often as what we did. I'll miss you, but you won't be alone. This doll will be there for you when I can't. I'm sure she'll protect you from any murderous art creators. I wonder about that. I smiled bashfully and hugged the doll tight to my chest. I doubt she has any real means of protecting me, but she'll make a welcome addition to my brand new household. Whenever I look at her, I'm sure I'll think of Neve. I wonder why. I wonder why I looks at them side by side. I wonder why. It was like when I look at her, I'll think of Neve. I wonder why. Neve and I will be further apart than we've ever been in almost 2 decades. But this doll will ensure she'll always be at the forefront of my mind. Was that why Neve made me this doll? Was she afraid, after my move, that I would forget about her? That's not likely. I could never forget about Neve. I spent too much of my life by her side. First as a friend, then as something more. Our relationship didn't quite work out, and we called things off after we both graduated from university, but our friendship remained unscathed. Is that Reminder? No, it's not. It's not a Reminder. No, that is in fact a Boobmo. Boobmo. Poke. Sorry, Neve. Sorry, Neve. Anyways. In fact, we're even closer now than we were before. I would never want to stop talking to Neve, and I don't think I've ever not appreciated her. I'll ever not appreciate her, even. I can't read. English is great. She means too much to me. You can really tell English is my second language by the fact that I can't fucking read good sometimes. I'd also be surprised if it doesn't feel like English is my second language. How much to talk about, how much to talk, and how fluent I am. Anyways, she means too much to me. I hope she knows that. Well, I set the doll down gently on the kitchen table, not wanting to rumple her luxurious clothes, then glanced back at Neve. My face is still flushed, but I do my best to swallow my embarrassment. I'm too old to be turning red at the drop of a hat. I'm not a teenager anymore. Do you want to have some tea? I've already boiled the kettle. This seems a woefully inadequate offer. After receiving such a wonderful gift. But Neve doesn't look at all put off. Put out, even. And I think that sounds lovely. I finished preparing the tea, and as I do, I smiled at myself. Whether in London or in Eltham, there's nothing I enjoy more than spending time with Neve. She's been a constant in my life ever since we were little kids. We're best friends, even if I'm too old now to use such a childish term, and that won't ever change. Neve and I talked for a while over our tea, exchanging idle conversations about nothing in particular. Achievement unlocked. Sprout. The story begins. Most of the achievement I got right opening the settings menu, funny enough, was bouquet, which is adorable. We reminisce over our times spent in secondary school. Then I moved to London. Then we forgo a deep dive into years when we lived together, and we thought that we were in love. It's been several years since we separated, but it's still a bit of a sore subject. I don't regret how our relationship ended. The nights we spent together in bed and the sleepy mornings spent hugging one another don't bear contemplating. It's not that I miss doing these things, Neve. In particular, I miss doing them with anybody. Full stop. It's been a while since my last serious relationship. Talking about my love life, or lack of, is a surefire way to make me mopey. Neve knows this. She's better than anybody else, apart from perhaps my agent, Francis. And she's very respectful of my feelings. Try to be cool and unfeeling. She's actually very thoughtful. I only meant to keep Neve for a little while, but a cup of tea turns to 2, then 3. We chatter together like starlings on a telephone wire, while the second hand itches around the circular clock face mounted on the kitchen wall. It's only when the clock turns orange, and the kitchen turns orange-yellow from the setting sun, that Neve relents. She puts her third cup of tea to one side, only half drunk, but already lukewarm, and stands. Stretches. She looks at me and says, I should probably be on my way now. It's getting late. Oh, right, I'm sorry to keep you. It's okay. I like talking to you. You don't need to apologize. I wouldn't spend so much time with you if you didn't want to. I don't doubt Neve there. Other people might be content to spout platitudes to plaster up hurt feelings, but Neve doesn't. She always does exactly what she wants. Nothing more and nothing less. I don't know if I care to tackle these roads at night. They're hazardous. In a second, I'm going to take a picture of this women. Women, I love them. Women. Women. Big fan. Big fan of women. Yeah, I can imagine. I guess I've got all that to look forward to and stuff whenever I want to go to the supermarket. Oh, I can't read. Reminisce? Oh, I starting to track reminisce. Oh, my heart. I rise to my feet myself, then escort Neve to the front door. I stand there, a few paces apart from her. She slides. As she slides of type in the chat. I stand there, a few paces apart from her. She slides off her black boots, which stop just below. Slides on her black boots, which stops just below the swell of her knees. Typo in chat. Typo in the chat. Typo in the chat. Where did I put typos again? Where do they go? I forgot. I'd be very careful not to open up the wrong goddamn thing. Is typo been have we talked about typo? Typo in the chat. Have we talked about the typo in the chat? Give me a second. Have we talked about the typo? I'm sorry. Looking at the bug report thread, I just see faceless, faceless page. Horrifyingly faceless page. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Faceless page. It's horrifying. Fuck. Anyways. I'm gonna circle this under typo. Under typo in the chat. Slides on. I believe it's supposed to be on. Alright. I'm gonna probably forget to do it, because I'm gonna forget to do it if I don't do it now. Knowing me, I will in fact forget, because I'm fucking dumb. Also, before I forget, I need to save. Oh! They're cute little polar. Oh my god, that's adorable. Oh my god, what the fuck? That's cute. What the fuck? Oh my god. Brush. Use a different color that's darker than I usually do. Minor typo in the chat. Minor typo. Did I copy? I did. Make sure I spell her name correctly. Because I'm gonna forget how to put her name correctly because I'm fucking dumb. Okay, anyways. I found there, a few pieces apart from her, she slides on her black boots, which stop just below the swell of her knees. Knees boots have high heels, which aren't the most practical for driving. They lead across her, with her buckles, and they give off a very gothic vibe. Neve gives off a gothic vibe in general, which, with her dark hair and dark makeup, she almost always wears black too, which further adds to the vibe. Lol. Back in secondary school, when her makeup was even more extreme, she used to get teased about being a devil worshipper. I don't think Neve was formed any contract with the devil herself, though. If she has, she told me, and we tell one another almost everything. She told me, and we tell her almost anything. I would know. I would be the first to know if she had contact with the devil. You know, from the Bible. Neve's just an individual. Neve's just an individual. There's nothing satanic about her. Her dolls are so realistically rendered, however, I do sometimes wonder. But none of them have come to life. Just yet.
For hell as a murder device.
I think I might feel differently about Neve's supposed satanic powers if that should ever happen. Be careful, alright? I don't want you getting into an accident. No, you know me. I'm always careful. In fact, Neve looked about the entrance hall. Then she frowns. I think you're the one who should be careful, Paige. Come again? I blink, nearly curious. What is she talking about? I'm starting to wonder whether Neve might know something I don't. She doesn't happen to stumble across a passing serial killer when she was retrieving my gift from her car, did she? When? This village is very isolated. You live here on your own. If anything were to happen to you, I worry you'll have nobody to take care of you. Look after yourself, alright? We don't need a repeat of the Waffle incident. Repeat of the Waffle incident. So I had to just repeat that to make sure. I should have checked it earlier. Just make sure my microphone OBS is picking up my really soft Neve voice. Because I can't fucking tell. I don't look at OBS is below me. OBS is down there. Game's up there. I say as if it doesn't really illustrate what I'm talking about, but you know. Oh, right. So that's what she means. Don't worry. I haven't owned a Waffle Lion since university. I'm not going to set anything else on fire. I promise. I'm going for levity in an attempt to lighten the mood, but I'm not sure how successful it is. Neve doesn't smile. She fixes me with a serious look. Her heavily made up eyes, half-littered, then says, I hope you're right, Paige. I know you're an adult, but I still worry about you sometimes. In Neve's absence, the house feels even bigger and emptier than ever before. I can feel it expanding about me, almost like a pair of lungs. It's unsettling. But I try to tell myself as I wash the tea-stained cups and crumbed, spotted plates in the sink. I'm being silly. I should be happy about my move, my change in circumstances. And I am. I'm happy that Christabel was such a success, and I'm happy it lent me the means to move out of my too small London apartment. Did typos go in bug report? I actually don't know. Checking FAQ again before I actually report this. System. Where's Ladybug? I don't know. Do typos count for bug reports? I don't think so. Is there a thread in here? We have threads in this channel. How do I look at threads again? A second, I'm trying to figure out if there are any threads. I have to go into the channel to look at threads. Okay, that's scary. I don't know. I don't know where to put typos. Where to put typos? Where to put typos again? General typos. The typos go here. Apparently. What's about there? Typos in here. I don't know. Typos. Typos. This feels like I'll put it in the bug report. Typos. Trying to figure out where to put typos. I know this is important. I should later, but I'm sure I know it now. Typo. Look for the word typo in the thread. Why does it bring up this page? Oh, I was trying to find the typo, maybe? I think. Okay, someone did find the I already reported that, okay. Cool. The giant fucking thread. This bastard again. Maybe. Maybe not. Looks like it's already been reported. I think. No. I'll still throw it in there just in case. I don't know. It's already in there. No. Anyways. Distracted by typo reporting. I'll throw it in there still in case. I don't know. It's still been there since the pre-release. I don't know. Maybe? Has it been there since it first came out? I think I've been here since it first came out, so they're fixed eventually. Whatever. Anyways. I'm sorry. My ADHD. Distraction. It's nice feeling. Achieving financial stability through nothing but my own writing. And proving my father wrong feels even better. I can still recall how my father reacted when, more than 10 years ago, I sat with him at the breakfast table, and tentatively voiced my desire to become a writer. A writer? He said, his voice scathing. That's what you want? You sure? It's not the most stable career, you know. It's obvious to me, even when I was a student, that my father thought my dream was ridiculous. On his tongue, the word writer sounded like venom. I felt so small and then, caught up beneath my father's judging stare, I had to avert my eyes. I judge my father remembers what she said. To him, it was just another Monday morning. But to me, it was crushing. He did outright ridicule my dreams, but he didn't need to. My father's always had the uncomfortable knack of communicating sermons in half-sentences. His disapproval was palpable, I think. He would have been less notably disappointed if I had announced my intention to run away from home and join a circus. Clearly, he thought my dream occupation unsustainable. He was wrong. I'm an adult now, 28 years old, and I have several published novels under my belt. The Christabel series was a special success. To such a degree, even my father was forced to swallow his words. He congratulated me when Christabel took off. He told me he'd never been prouder, that he knew I'd always had it in me, that I'd always been so imaginative, that it was good that I'd stuck to my guns. I knew you could do it. Has this been reported yet? I don't think so. That feels like a typo as well. I'm also gonna report this. Yeah, it's a typo. This feels like a typo to be reported as well. Put that on there as well. I'm gonna just make a message, a giant message to put in typo in the report. Could it? Well, that's the dialect thing. I don't know. I feel like there should be the word could do. I should not write the text with my cursor. I should add this with my text tool. With the text tool on this photo editor. And not this dumb font. Where's Set Fire to the Rain? Where is Set Fire to the Rain? There it is. I assume this is probably not a dialect thing. I don't know. I could it. He told me. His voice a hum over his landline. My dad's a relic of the past, regards his inability to be immobile as a badge of honor, and what a pride, all modulated by static. We're stubborn lot. We keep on going, no matter how much flack we receive. You must have inherited that from my side of the family. My father never once apologized during his congratulations, no matter disparaging remarks he made toward my aspirations as a sensitive teenager. He never mentioned that the majority of the flack I had to endure came from him. Either. Not that I am surprised. Never liked being proven wrong. Never liked being proven wrong, but I still did. After in the page is cleaning the tea ware. I'm not sure if this has been reported yet. I assume it probably has. But I don't think so. In this thread, I can't really fucking tell, because a lot is happening in this thread. A lot's happening in this thread of text, this giant wall of text I'm looking at, with this reported bugs and typos. But I can't really tell. At all, really. It's hard to tell. Anyways. Your life's been proven wrong, but I still did. I was able to achieve my dream, and now I have a healthy bank account and a lovely new house to show for it. I've been looking forward to my move for months, and counting the days down since the start of the new year, and finally, I'm here. I'm standing in my new kitchen, which is much larger than my old kitchen, washing the cups and the plates Neve and I used, safe in the knowledge that it all belongs to me. My name is signed on the contract, and the mortgage will be going out to my bank account. It's a big accomplishment, buying a house. I'm closer to 30 than I am 20. But this might be the first time I've felt like a proper adult. There's absolutely no reason for me to feel more so. And morose, and yet I wear my mug with a dish rag over and over, though it must be clean at this point, and look out the bay window. The sun is already set. It's dark outside. The garden has been dyed dark indigo. The tall grass and the tangled hedgerows turned to shadows and silhouettes. It reminds me of a scene from the second Christabel novel, The Force of Memories, overgrown, where insects made from glass flutter in the still, staid air. It was a warm day, but the setting of the sun had ushered in uncomfortably cold weather. Gooseflesh is beginning to ripple on my arms in a shiver. For whatever reason, I can't tear my gaze away from the garden. The water continues to run from the hot water tap, striking against the basin insistently, but I hear it only vaguely, as through a TV set in another room. As though from a TV outside of the room. In Neve's absence, my mind turns once more to what I saw, or what I thought I saw, roaming about the garden earlier. It gave me a good start, but surely it's nothing. It must have been an animal. That or the wind. I should forget it. But I can't. Shadows stretch themselves out across the room, unfurling long fingers. Temperatures seem to drop a few more degrees, and I tremble. I swear, it feels like there's something out there, beyond the dark, large windows, hiding in the undergrowth. I can't see this something, but I'm positive that it can see me. Even now, it's staring. It's watching and waiting, biding its time. But what could it want from me? I have no idea. I'm lost in thought. Seconds elapsed when... Ow! I wince and draw my hand away from the sink. My fingers feel clumsy, and I fumble with the cup, dropping it into the basin. Splash. The cup doesn't shatter, thank goodness. That's a small comfort. My hands are stinging. I feel like I just plunged them into a thicket of thorns. I hold my palms up for inspection and soon discover the bright red. I must have left them under the hot water for too long. I don't remember turning the hot water tap up quite that high, but maybe there's something funny with the plumbing. This place is older than my own, so of course it'd have a few quirks. That's what I get for spacing out. You need to get it together. What's your problem, Paige? I mumble this under my breath as I dry my hands on a tea towel. My voice echoes about the kitchen, which feels far too empty. Nobody replies. I didn't expect them to. Neve left more than 10 minutes ago. The only car parked outside is mine. There's nobody else in the house, and there's nobody in the garden. I'm all alone. I toss and turn that night, my old bed, set up in my new room. My mattress and my duvet, my sheets, should be familiar, since I've spent several years sleeping in them already, but my new surroundings make them feel foreign. This bedroom is larger than my own one, just like many other rooms in the house. There's so much dead, empty space, all full up of seething shadows. Sure. Yeah, that's right. All full up of seething shadows. There was an armoire in the corner, and a natty rug on the floor, and bookshelves piled high with paperbacks, large enough to fill up my new room. These individual bits and pieces of my life, accrued over the years from cheap hardware stores, internet postings, and charity shops, feel unfixed and floaty. I feel floaty too, like a jellyfish, or maybe a piece of krill inside the mouth of a gigantic whale. Try though I might, I can't get settled. There's something subtly wrong about my new bedroom, something that wasn't immediately apparent when I looked around this house a few months ago with a smiling estate agent. Outside, beyond my curtain window, I can hear the lowing of the breeze. It's the beginning of June, but shivers run down my spine regardless. I can feel every single lump on my mattress. The lumps I'm sure didn't exist when I lived in London. Why do I feel so on edge? I exhale, relinquishing a mouthful of stale air I must have been holding for a minute. It doesn't make me feel better. I have no idea what's wrong with me, but I'd like to attribute it to the move. It was very stressful. I'm glad it's behind me now, but some vestigial unease must have remained, trapped beneath my skin and like pockets of air. I roll over on my side. The mattress digs into me, at least it feels like it does, and the sheets are scratchy against my arms. Why do I feel so cold? Turn again. That again, my hair shifting beneath me, catching against the curved underside of my skull. I can't go to sleep like this. Maybe I should get a glass of water? Or will that settle my nerves? I sigh as I sit upright. The covers peel away from me, falling on my lap. Shadows see in the falls and crease of the duvet, jet black. I blink, initially sightless, while looking around my room. About my room. This is my room. I have to remind myself, but it didn't feel like it. Not just yet. I'm sure I'll feel more at home in the future. I just need to give it some time. That's my mantra about most things for the last year or so. It's not been on a date. I've not been on a date, much less a serious or non-serious relationships since a handful of brief, ill-advised flings of the year prior. Just give it time. I have no idea for future stories, despite signing over the publishing rights for my next 3 unplanned novels to Little Bear Books for a significant sum of my money. Just give it time. Francis has been waiting patiently for half a year for me to hit upon the slightest hint of a creative idea. Will I do nothing? Disappoint her? Just give it time. I've given these affairs a lot of time already, hoping that they might resolve themselves, but that's what happened just yet. I knew moving to Kent would do little to invigorate my love life, but I'd hoped the change of scenery might breathe some fresh, creative air through the barren wasteland of my brain. I've yet to hit upon any idea worthy of all the money Little Bear sent my way. Little Bear Books sent my way, but what was I expecting? I have not spent a full 24 hours in my new house yet. I'm sure I'll be able to think of something. I've got to think of something. Otherwise, run a hand through my hair and look at my bedside table. It's so dark in my new bedroom, it takes a few moments for everything to come into focus. When one does, however, I am able to pick out the delicate hem features of a girl in miniature on my bedside table. The doll Neve gave me, watching me mutely in the dark. I know she's an unfeeling piece of porcelain, but her presence is still soothing. The doll might be obscured by the shadows, but it feels like it's holding the worst of them. Whatever them might be, at bay. That's funny. When did I start thinking of this doll as a she? Me might have fashioned the doll in the spit of stereotypical femininity. Hyper-femininity, in fact. Just look at her lovely clothes. But I know she doesn't really have gender. She's only a doll. She is only a facsimile of humanity. But she still feels real to me. It might be something to do with her eyes. They're so clear and bright, even in the dark, just like the summer sky. I'm sure things will work out alright. You'll look out for me, won't you? The doll doesn't say anything, but having her here is reassuring. I smile, then stretch. Right. I'll go and get that glass of water. You hang tight, alright? I'll be back soon. I'm much too old for dolls. I don't like them much as a child, but if I'm honest, but Neve's choice of moving in present was spot on. Sometimes I think she knows even better than I know myself. Paige is so cute. What the fuck? Paige is so baby. I love her. I want to hold her. I want to shake her. Shaking Paige around. Even though she ordered me. She's baby. I love her. It takes a while, but I'm eventually able to sleep after one glass of cold water, and 2 subsequent trips to the bathroom. I toss and turn beneath my covers for what seems like a small eternity. My thirst slaked, my bladder comfortably empty, and a slumber settle upon me. It presses an invisible finger against my eyelids, and even outs my breathing, as the consciousness slowly slips away. My sleep does not, however, come in the restful dreams. My sleep does not, however, come in this restless, dreamless variety I was hoping for. It arrives, unseen and fragmentary bursts, populated with strange shadows, even darker than the night sky. In my sleep, I see one figure, divorced from the rest, slumped on the ground. The figure shifts like TV static, its shoulders shifting. How could you? The figure cries over and over, while it rocks. How could you? I trusted you, and yet... These cries are heartrending. I want to reach out to the figure, console her. I'm certain she's a woman, and distinctive who she is. But I'm unable to reach her. I wish that I could help her, but that's not possible. How to console her? I don't know why she's crying. I can't even speak to her. I only cough, my fingers clawing to my throat until... I didn't mean to cough there, but that kind of worked out. That worked out for me in the end. Oh my god, it's funny. It's kind of funny. And hail truthfully. EP, poke poke, pat 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 pat. Even though she's EP, she's kind of cute. Pat 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 pat. Eyelids shoot open, and soon I'm greeted with a vast, intense, and unremarkable feeling. I sit up in bed, the covers shifting about me. The shadows from the night prior have all fled, chased into the dark nooks and crannies where the dawn's light. A quick glance at my alarm clock tells me that it's a little past 8. I'm not sure what time I was able to sleep last night, but I doubt I got much more than 5 hours worth of sleep, which feels like a generous estimate. My head is throbbing as though it's being squeezed into a vice. My throat, meanwhile, feels as though it's been lovingly caressed by a strip of sandpaper. I cough miserably, my splayed fingers pressed against the base of my throat. I'm not sure why I feel so rotten. I feel like I did all that much talking yesterday. I didn't receive a single I didn't receive a single solitary phone call from Francis. I was alone for hours and hours after Neve cleared off. Maybe it's allergies? There's also trees out in my overgrown mess of a garden, not to mention all the tall grass. There must be more than a few variety of wild flowers hidden away amongst all the thick foliage. Since it's the beginning of summer, the air must be full of pollen spores. Yes, I think massaging my throat. That's probably it. That's then all the rest. This is a very old house. Neve helped me clean up a little yesterday, but there's still a bunch of work to be done. There's probably mold spores about the windowsill or behind the dated wallpaper, or... Well, there's no point thinking about it now. I just need a drink. I raced to my feet, stretching, and retrieved my empty glass from my bedside table. All the while, the doll Neve gave me seems to watch me, large eyes framed by a sweep of startlingly realistic eyelashes. It really feels like she can see me. That's nothing more than my mere fancy. Surely. I'm thinking about this too much. Take her with you. Take her with you to the kitchen. Come on. My glass secured, I sent down the hallway to the bathroom. I fill up the glass with what I think is cold water, then down it, but... What the... The water isn't cold at all. It's scalding hot instead. That's strange. I'm sure I ran the water from the cold tap. What gives? Now that I think about it, did something similar happen yesterday? I was washing up? There must be something funny about the plumbing of this house. Of Saft, after all. Geez, you'd think the estate agent would have told me that before I moved in. Seems like the sort of thing you might want to mention. I've got enough on my plate already, without all this extra stuff to worry about. I grumble to myself as I fill up another glass with water that's actually cold. Careful this time to test the stream of water that emits from the taps of my fingertips before I try to drink it. I don't want to scold myself. That would be not a good way to start my new life out in this idyllic countryside. Outdown might be a pretty place, but the nearest hospital is almost half an hour away. Fortunately, there are no further problems with the plumbing. The second glass of water is pretty cool. It goes down smoothly when I bring it to my lips. I down the contents of my glass in one, then set it to one side. My throat feels a lot better now. I stopped coughing, at least, but the tightness in my chest remains. Frowning, I examine my reflection in the square mirror above the sink. My hair is rumpled, my parting all uneven, and my under eyes are dark and puffy. I think I had a strange dream last night, but I don't remember the fine details. Oh well. It's not like it matters. It's just a dream. I hiss aloud, so that I might make my statement true. But I'm beginning to wonder. I've had MS before, of course. I have. But I've awakened from one feeling quite unnerved. Even now, my skin is still prickling. I don't feel at all like myself. It's been one strange event from another, and my disturbed sleep didn't help. I feel so lethargic. I'm tempted to slide back to bed to try to catch a few more winks. But I don't know if that's possible. The glare of the summer sunlight slides in through the blinds, casting horizontal strips of light against the bathroom floor. Outside, meanwhile, I hear the faint sound of birds twitting amongst themselves. A brand new day, as well, and truly begun. No time to spend curled up in bed. I'm a grown woman, not a cat. I've got work to do. Francis must have the patience of it. Francis must have patience. Phone, be back. There's just full of interruptions. Sorry about that. Myself again like an idiot. I already put the unmute button. Lol, I'm dumb. One second. Fine. Sorry. Sending meme to my friend because memes. Anyways, more was I? Yes. Frances must have the patience of a saint, but I've tested her to the limits. Now I've moved into my new home. I'm somewhat settled, and I've got to try and think of some new ideas for my upcoming story. First, however, I'd like to take a look around my new place of residence. A brisk walk in the summer sunlight should help shake off my lethargy. Then I'm sure I'll be able to sit down and write something. I certainly hope I can write something. I mean, it's not like the rest of my future hinges on this or anything. No pressure. No pressure at all, totally. Poor page. Poor page. Ooh. I quickly speed through my morning routine in the hopes that this will help whip my mind into the sort of frenzy required to dream up a suitable story of two. My showers last less than 10 minutes. My shower lasts less than 10 minutes, and dressing takes about 5. I pull on the same clothes I wore yesterday, slightly rumpled off after the move, and don't bother with makeup. I'll wear some foundation and a bit of mascara on occasions when I'm attending book signings or the rare interview, but I've never been a big makeup person. I'm particularly terrible at applying eyeliner, despite Neve's numerous tutorial sessions back in the secondary school. I can't stand putting anything sharp or pointy near my eyes. It seems a bit too much like medieval torture for my liking. Neve has always put more stock in her appearance than I have, despite her cool, seemingly aloof nature. I suppose it's tracks given the insane amount of attention she bequeaths to every single one of her dolls. Neve's always had an eye for details when it comes to both her own face and those of her creations. If you're wondering why I keep doing this, it's because I have a figure on my wander. It's blocking a bit at the top of the screen. There's like tiny spots of the screen being blocked by it. I can't read some of the fucking text sometimes. We're good though. If she didn't become a doll maker, she probably would have made a good makeup artist. That's neither here nor there. Have a cuppa. Have a cup of tea. And a single buttered crumpet for breakfast. Then decide to have a brisk walk to invigorate my creative spirits. By the time I've got my shoes on and my front door unlocked, it's about quarter to 9. Or 8:45. Quarter to 9. Nia will probably be settling into work at her studio right now. Or Francis will be pulling up in the car park outside Little Bear Books. Bricks and office. Children all across the country will be filing into their form rooms, or maybe their assembly halls, ready for another Monday of dull, dreary school. Adults will be arriving at their offices. I used to adhere to the strict 9 to 5 schedule myself, until the publication of the first Christabel novel. I did well enough I was able to cut down my hours at my tedious office job by half. Then, when the second Christabel novel was published, I quit altogether. I couldn't stick it anymore. I didn't really need to. At that point, I had more than enough money coming in from my writings to pay my way. Seems like a long time ago, but it's only been a few years. I haven't been in an office except those of my doctor and my dentist since my PA days. It's crazy to think about how much things have changed even. Now, to further cement how different things are, I found myself in a tiny bucolic village in the middle of the countryside, all 19th century houses, very quaint, fringed with honeysuckles. With honeysuckle, singular. I close my front door behind me and lock it, and step out into my front garden. Ooh. Pretty. Scent of nature fills my nostrils. Everything is so green here. I feel almost like I'm sunk into the bottom of an algae-sported pond. My front garden isn't as large as the back, and it overlooks one of Eltonham's characteristic twisting lanes. I can't read good. Fuck. The garden is fringed by a wall, but it's low enough that I can see past it to the trees that line the lane and the neighbouring houses on the roof, and the road opposite, even. Elton might be in the middle of nowhere, with little in way of modern convenience, but it's not a complete ghost village. It's fairly populated. It's very popular amongst retirees and the wealthy. I'm not a retiree. At least I hope not. I might have hit a brick wall, creatively speaking, but I don't intend to stop writing just yet. And I must fall into the latter category. I stand on my doorstep for a while, content to let the world pass me by, when... Oh? A child! A child! A child! My roving eyes caught on a flash of pleated plaid, superimposed against a red post box on the opposite side of the street. There's a girl, standing not so far away, of obvious school age, wearing what looks like a uniform. The girl is clad in a plain white shirt even, buttoned up beneath her chin, with a dark blue blazer on top. Her hair is long and blonde, the cascades over her shoulders in no particular style. Her eyes are very dark, almost grey, and it feels like they're boring into me. I think she's staring at me, at least, but maybe I'm mistaken? I glance behind me, foolishly, as though I might be concealing another person, but of course not. I'm standing at my doorstep, by my front door, and I'm all alone. I look back at the girl. She must have been. She must have noticed. She must have noticed that I've noticed her staring, but she doesn't drop her gaze. There's no doubt about it. She really is staring at me, without so much of a single shred of shame. Did I do something to upset her? Please don't tell me I have managed to make an enemy out of this locals already. It's clear that the girl wants something from me, but I have no idea what that might be. Not being very forthcoming with information here. Maybe I should break the ice. Here goes nothing. Excuse me? I approach the girl, pausing at the stone wall, which divides her front garden from the rest of the street. Is something the matter? The girl observes me from beside the post box, her gaze fixed, just like the door that Neve gave me. There's a long pause, and then... That depends. That depends. My brow furrows. It's too early in the morning to try and tease meaningly from such cryptic words. What are you talking about? The girl says nothing in response. She didn't seem particularly interested in having a conversation, even though she's the one who started this little staring contest. Good grief. You've been getting old, but are teenagers this insolent?
Oh no.
I'll try asking her something else. Do you live in Alton? Yes. Well, at least there's something. Shouldn't you be at school right now? She nods. Why aren't you? If you don't mind me asking. I missed the bus. Oh, I see. That's a disappointingly mundane response. But I guess it makes sense. That and I didn't want to go to school. That continues unprompted in that soft voice of hers, which makes me shiver. I didn't feel like it. Oh, right. Okay, that's a little more interesting. What do your parents think about that? Won't they be annoyed if they find out you've skipped school? It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time. So they don't care? They probably would care if they knew. But they don't. They're both at work. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. Right! So, what are you doing outside my house? Is this your house? The guard raises a pale eyebrow. Did you move in? So it's her turn to ask questions, is it? I see how it is. Guess I should reply in the affirmative. It's not like I've got anything to hide, even if her gaze is so accusatory that I almost feel like I should apologize. Yes, I did. Recently. Well, what do you want me for? Nothing important? Cool. Recently? Yesterday. Yeah. Oh. The girl places one hand beneath her chin. Her expression pensive. This is the most I've seen her emote during the last 5 minutes. It comes as a bit of a relief, but to be honest, that she's not completely unfeeling. I was beginning to worry. That makes sense. I come to this house often, but I've not seen you around here before. I knew somebody was moving in, but I didn't think it'd be so soon. I'm vexing. She sighs and lets her hand drop from her chin. You're in over your head, you know. I beg your pardon? That house. So good. You should be living there. Nobody should. It would be for the best if it was torn down. That's what I told my parents. But they didn't listen to me. Nobody does. It's not too late, though. You can still listen to me. If you're my warning, I may be able to save you. Save me from what? What are you talking about? Oh no, specifics. I don't want to. I do know that the house is full of evil energy, though. Or we just simplify things. I suppose it would be easier to say that it's cursed. The house squeezed all the life out of Miss Dryden slowly over the years, until she returned to the house. Then it killed her. Very careful. It'll kill you too. It killed her? I recognize Miss Dryden's name, the owner of the house before I bought it. She moved out a couple years prior, and the house had been on the market since. I know that Miss Dryden was an elderly woman who had lived alone, but I hadn't heard she had died. I thought Miss Dryden's family moved her to no person's home. That's what I'd heard. They did, yeah. They did, yes. She lived in no person's house in Maidenstone for a few months, right up until she died. was unwell for a while before the move. People say it was old age, but nothing more. I know the truth. It was a house. It hated her. The knowledge of Miss Dredden's death is disconcerting, but not to such a degree I'm prepared to swallow. I'm not to such a degree I'm prepared to swallow the score of solutions. I've not met Miss Dredden before, but from what I heard, she was an old woman. She was 86. Is such at all an unusual age to succumb to natural causes? The way the girl related this tale does make me wonder, though. How do you know all this? Are you related to Miss Dredden? I know all these things. That's my job. That's my job. Alright! Because that's not at all sinister! She's delivering these lines in such a composed manner that I'd be almost tempted to believe her if her warnings didn't sound like something out of a horror movie. Is she a member of her school's drama club? Doesn't look the sort. She's not bombastic enough. But I need to get out of that house soon. I don't want to see anybody else suffer. I'll let Miss Dredden did. She didn't deserve that happened to her. I doubt you do either. Nobody does. The girl pauses. She glances me over, then says, "You will not do, not you?" What? Oh, yes, I am. How does she know that? You're back. You're much better off there. Right. I appreciate the concern, Miss, I hope for the girl to supply me with the name, but she doesn't. I guess you're not interested in making my acquaintance? I should have figured as much, I suppose. What with her determination to make me feel to leave Outman. Why would she bother telling me anything about herself when she wants me gone? I appreciate the concern, but I can't just leave. I consider a sum of money for this place. I have a mortgage to pay. Well, I can't pretend to know what that was about that. I'm sure she's only about, what, 15? 16? What financial worries would she possibly have? I think human lives are more precious than any amount of money. You should do better to cut your losses and leave. Sorry, but I can't. That isn't possible. I've already made my commitment. Now I'm here. And I can't just up and leave. You can't. Or you won't. That is... I mean, but the girl cuts me off. Forget it. I can tell you don't believe me now. But you will all the time. You'll see that everything I said was true. I just hope mine drops. It won't be too late. The girl turns on her heels, long hair fluttering. I watch her for a few moments. Mutely. Then, wait, where are you going? Back home. I want to sleep. It's too early. It's past 9. Much too early. Like I said, the sunlight hurts my eyes. So she's a vampire now, is she? Well, she's pretty pale. My parents won't be happy when they come home from work. It's fine. At least I have home to be returned to. As for you, however, the girl glances at me from over her shoulder. Her eyes half-lidded. I would never call this place a home. It's twisted. You're not welcome here. The shadows will never accept you. Shadows? What shadows? Shadows? What shadows? You'll find out for yourself soon enough. You insist upon staying here unless... The girl's eyes harden. Have you seen them already? I stand in my front garden, my mouth open, as the girl turns her head once again. I watch her mutely as she departs. I want to tear my eyes away from her dark blue back. She was joking, of course. She must have been joking. She must have been blessed with an imagination even wilder than mine, and I thought I was supposed to be the author. That's not a... That's what I would type by accident. That's something I would type by accident, like an idiot. No offense. Like... No, I mean to say that. That's what I would type if I type too fast, like I usually do. I type way too fast for my own good sometimes. Give me a second. Where is the web report tab? Girl. I don't know her name. Girl. Leaves. Walks away from page when she first meets her. She was just spinning a yarn to scare me. It's funny, and really. There's no point getting upset about it. I mean, curses? Shadows? What a lot of nonsense. It's been a while since I've checked in on your page. Oh, this person. It's been a while since I've checked in on your page. How are you doing? Oh, things are going all right, I suppose. Only all right, you suppose? I can't see Francis's face through my mobile phone, but I can imagine the wry smile playing about her lips, sticky mouth. Ah, I can't read. I've known my literary agent, Francis, since I submitted the rough draft of what would later be reshaped into the first Christabel story to Little Bear Books 5. I can't read. Since I submitted the rough draft of what would later be reshaped into the first Christabel story to Little Bear Books 5 years ago. I submitted the script to dozens of publishing companies, but was met with that flat rejection across the board. I have been beginning to lose hope in my humble fairy story, so Francis saw its potential and invited me to her office, so we could discuss matters face to face. Francis and I hit off the moment. Hit off the moment we met. She's been my staunchest, most steadfast ally ever since then. That's I hit off the moment we met. She's been my staunchest, most steadfast ally since then. After Neve, of course. Francis might be my agent, and sometimes she's a slave driver, but we're friendly in relationship. I've known her for so many years. I've like to think of her as more than a mere work colleague or an acquaintance. She always remembers to send me a card on both Christmas and my birthday, and met up for lunch every few months to discuss my progress, or lack of, on my
Supposedly.
upcoming stories.
Oh, am I being pinged? That's why. I'm important. Okay, bye.
Frances is about 30 years older than I am. Though I don't know her precise age, I've always thought it might be rude to ask. I think Frances might be older than my mother, but doesn't act like it, doesn't dress like it either. The hair might be turning grey, but she teases the tinted curls, and her outfits are always very playful. Baby blues and pastel pinks paired with thick, chunky jewellery. Frances wears tortoiseshell glasses and a chain, and her face is always made up. Her eyes lined far more neatly than I would ever be able to manage. Tortoiseshell glasses. What's that? Tortoise shell glasses. Tortoise shell glasses. Yeah, that's what that. Oh, that does make sense. That does that. That does resemble tortoise shell. Tortoise. In all the years I've known her, I don't think I've ever seen her get upset or angry, not even when I miss my deadlines. She's the sort of woman who'd smile and say, "Oh, never mind, I'm sure it'll work out," as though life really is that simple. Maybe to Frances it is. She always acts as though she hasn't a care in the world. Her voice is comforting light and lilting when she next says, "That doesn't sound very positive, Paige. Aren't you happy with your new home?" "Oh, well, you know it is. I'm feeling a bit despondent about my move, actually. But talking to Frances makes me feel a bit better. I've been more exhausted than I thought I would be, and Eltenham is very different from London. I think I'll take a bit more getting used to. No, it is lovely out here. So you're enjoying yourself?"
Also, I like the little detail of each character has their own little plant.
And some little flowers. Little plant beside to represent them. That's cute. Don't know what the plants are because I'm fucking dumb. I'm plant illiterate. But I love them. That's cute. I suppose so. My enjoyment of Elton has been hampered somewhat by the poor nights. My enjoyment of Elton has been hampered somewhat by the poor nights I've been having, not to mention the continued problems with the plumbing, and that mysterious girl I've warned a week prior.
Once in a week. Okay, a week has gone by. I see. So long.
These are all minor grievances, however, in the grand scheme of things. I'm not been set upon by any mysterious shadows in the middle of the night. Not as yet, at least. My new home seems, well, metrics to be perfectly normal. Showering has been a bit of a nightmare, though. The hot water is either scalding hot or freezing cold. I haven't tried having a bath in the ancient tub just yet, but I'm afraid of how that might turn out. I don't want to be spoiled alive. I will need to call a plumber at some point, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. It's still the other days, but it's a change of pace. The locals are all friendly too. Discounting that old girl, who I've not seen, thankfully, since that altercation last Monday. I'm glad to hear. Been living in Elton, what, a week now? What? Glad to hear. I'm glad to hear it. You've been living in London about what? A week, is it? A week and a bit, yeah. It's been 9 days to be perfectly precise. Well, I'm sure you'll settle in due course. Settle in due course. Yeah, I'm sure I will. I've been worrying about this too, but Frances sounds so convinced. I find myself believing her. Her judgment is generally sound. She was the one who rescued Christabel from the slush pile and gave it to a brand new lease of life. Frances' tireless feedback helped me shape my first proper novel to something I can be proud of, and I think it was thanks to her that it became so popular. Frances has an eye for these things. She's very canny. Canny, even. Canny. So, Paige? I hear a rustling from the other end of the line. It sounds like Frances is rearranging some documents. I hear you resumed work. Have you resumed work on your newest novel? I am intrigued to see what ideas you've got brewing inside that head of yours. Ah, yes. I thought we'd be getting around this topic eventually. I'd like to give us some good news, but I'm sorry. I look dejectedly back at my laptop. It's open on documents, rather than random cat video, which is an improvement over the last 6 months. But I have not made much progress. Why, I have a new ping. Who the fuck's on live? You gone live? Okay, cool. No. I spent the morning jotting down random ideas for future stories, but now that I'm giving them a reread, nothing's really jumping out at me. All my musings seem horribly hackneyed. These story beats have been done to death thousands of times before. My writer is much more talented than me. My characters remain hollow husks. The worlds they inhabit irritatingly insipid. If I can't get excited about my ideas, how can anybody else? I've been giving the next novel some serious thought, but nothing's come together just yet. I think I need a bit more time. Ugh. I feel like a schoolgirl making up some slapdash excuse about missing homework or to an authoritarian teacher. At this point, I might as well have fobbed Frances off by saying, "My dog ate my inspiration." I told Frances I'd started writing serious last November, and that was June. I've gone so far behind schedule, I could give this NHS a run for its money. If Frances had any other literary agent, were any other literary agent, she'd probably scold me for my inertia. But she doesn't. The scolding I know I deserve doesn't come. Instead, she says, "Oh dear. Are you still going through a bit of a rough patch?" Where is my... There it is. You... brush tool...
I'm drafting the report as I play because I know I'm gonna forget to do this later if I don't do it now. I know what type of person I am. I will in fact forget because I'm a fucking idiot. What is this typo? Misspelled word. Why is there 4 images? Oh, fucking! Why are there 4 images? Only 3 text reports because I'm not in the last, the new one yet. Missing word. When Paige is talking to Francis about her lack of story ideas. I got back to the game. Sorry, just again typing up the report before I forget, because I will forget where they are and where everything is, because I'm a fucking idiot. Oh dear. Are you still going through a bit of a rough patch? You can say that. Well, not to worry. All writers go through periods like this. It's important not to force it. The ideas will come in time. Those that are worth jotting down at least. But I signed a contract to write 3 more notebooks. I've already been paid. But I haven't delivered so much as a single rough manuscript. There. You'll be alright. I have faith in you, Paige. I never would have suggested you sign that contract if I didn't think you were capable of upholding it. The Crystal books were very special, but I think you need more stories tucked away inside you yet. I hope so. I know so. Don't be too down on yourself. It's also very long since you finished work on the third Crystal book. It's been over a year. I realized that bits of the game's been cut off this whole time. I might wonder, but don't realize that, but it's fine, it's good, never mind. It's been over a year. And you wrote the third Crystal book in under a month. It's a very fast turnabout. I did worry you might burn yourself out. You need to rest and recuperate, just like all of us. You need to get some fresh air and take in the sights. Go on walks, read a lot of good books, watch a lot of good films, and the inspiration will come. It knows inside you, Paige. You just need to grasp it. Until then, I'll try to help as best I can. You know you can always talk to me. Talk to me, dear. No matter how late it is, I'll be sure to get back to you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Thanks, Francis. You have real help. Why, anytime, dear. Now, are you sitting at your laptop, curdling your poor, weary brain? Now, sitting at your laptop, curdling your poor, weary brain? How'd you know? That's how you are. You're a hard worker, which is often a good trait, but it's less so when you don't know what you should be working on. Ideas will come to you staring at a screen. You really should try to get out a bit more. It might help. That's a good point. Maybe I'll try it. Please do. Take care of yourself, dear. Now, I think I've kept you long enough. I'll leave you to it. And remember, I'm just a phone call away. I exchange my goodbyes with Frances and end the call. I feel a bit better after speaking with her, but only a bit. I still can't shake my guilt at having betrayed her expectations. Francis has never once scolded me, even during the painful gestation period between Volume 2 and 3 of Crystal, when I began to rethink the direction of my story. I'm starting to think that I deserve it, though. It took a while for me to settle upon a suitable storyline for Christopher's third and final adventure, but those agonizing months have long since been eclipsed by my current period of inertia. When I have an idea in my mind, writing always comes relatively easy to me. Getting ideas in the first place, however, is a nightmare. More than once, I've wondered whether I'm really suited to be a writer. Do I deserve to call myself that? I've not written anything I'm proud of in almost a year. I look at the document on the screen sullenly, which is full of half-baked storylines and thinly sketched characters. Then, I slammed the lid of my laptop shut. Francis is right. I'm not going to get any work done sitting here staring at my screen. I'm wasting my time. I rise to my chair, stretching, and peer out the window into the garden, which looks more like a jungle. I still need to call a gardener in about it, just like I need to call a plumber about the hot water. But I haven't found the time. I've been too busy thinking and rethinking my career. I scan the garden desperately as though ideas are concealed in the tall grass just waiting to jump out at me, and then... oh! A flicker of movement from the base of one of the beech trees cracked my eyes. What was it? An animal? That's a bit too big to be a squirrel or a rabbit. Does one of the neighbors have a cat? I stare into the foliage, lit up by the butter yellow sunlight, but I can't detect anything unusual. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I step up my glasses, then pinch the bridge of my nose between my thumb and my forefinger. My head hurts. I've been sitting at my laptop for 4 hours. Breakfast feels forever ago, and it was a tea I had with it. I should make something to eat. It'll help get my thoughts in order. Then maybe I'll finally be able to think of something worth writing. I spent the rest of my day aimlessly unable to torment. What's that? I can't read. Oops, I didn't mean to press that. I spent the rest of my day aimlessly unable to concentrate. Unable to concentrate on anything in particular. Though I go for a walk, as per Francis' advice, my head is crammed with so many thoughts about my non-existent next story, I can't properly appreciate my surroundings. When I returned back to the house several hours later, I feel more exhausted than I did when I was sitting at my writing desk. Well, I call it my writing desk, but it hasn't seen much use in the department for a long while. It seems a bit pretentious, actually, having a desk dedicated to writing. When I can barely muster a sentence without wanting to reach for the backspace button. The sun soon sinks beneath the horizon, bringing to a close yet another day that's doing nothing. I know this is just another unproductive day of many, but it weighs on me all the same. When am I going to make any progress? I'm starting to worry that my creative well might be truly dry. What will I do if I'm never able to think of another story again? What was it to Francis? The thought of disappointing her even more painful than that of disappointing myself. I do that on a daily basis, but Francis' faith in me has never wavered. I don't want to let her down. I'd like to say that I'm doing my best to think of ideas, but am I really? I've been blocked I'm up for so long, I can't tell whether I'm worn out or simply lazy. I shower, change in my pajamas. My pyjamas? Are those my pajamas? Huh. The more you know. Huh. Oh. Oh, that's never knew. I guess I need for some pajamas, not pajama. Cool. Anyways, I change my pajamas, then brush my teeth. Today, to my relief, the hot water plays nice tonight, but I don't run into any issues. Then, I slide beneath my covers, consigned to yet another sleepless night. It's not been particularly hot after sunset, but I found it hard to sleep all the same. The bags under my eyes are becoming alarming. It might be a good thing I'm not back in London, so I can't see Neve or Francis face to face. They probably worry about me, Francis in particular. Neve often pulls all-nighters in her atelier when she works on her dolls, but Francis is a firm believer getting 8 hours of sleep at the bare minimum. She fusses about my health a lot. All my mother does. Appreciate it, but it can be wearing. It's not, however, as wearing as a string of consecutive sleepless nights I've endured. I sigh, and I turn to look at the door that Neve gave me. Continues to stand. Sit rather. Sentient at my bedside table. Her purple eyes look back into mine, lined with long black lashes. Her irises are so exquisitely detailed, they seem to shine even in the shadows. I would call this a trick of the light, but there's no light to be had. The room is dark and still and silent. I look at the door. She seems to look back at me. Her eyes are very bright. I swear I could see a degree of intelligence inside her. I can't read. My fucking mouth doesn't let me do it half the time. It's almost like she understands me. I haven't moved the door since I set her down on my bedside table, but I think she's shifting a few inches. I don't remember setting it down at quite that angle. Maybe I brushed her when I slid beneath my covers. Yes. That must be it. She's in the door. No matter how realistic she looks, there's absolutely no way she could move on her own. My imagination is getting the better of me, which has been a rarity as of late. Today was a write-off, work-wise. Perhaps tomorrow will be better? I can only hope. Maybe I'll do better with some company. Do you want to sit with me in my study room tomorrow? I direct this at the door on my bedside table. My head tilted. You're not dressed for the occasion. Maybe you can be my cheerleader. You might be able to give me some moral support. Goodness knows I need it. Francis is being very nice, but I need to think of some ideas and soon. Otherwise, I'll be in all sorts of trouble. It took a long while for sleep to find me that night. I toss and turn under my covers for almost an hour before my anxious thoughts break apart like sea foam. I hope to slip into a deep, dreamless slumber, like sliding into a bath full of warm water. But I'm not so fortunate. My dreams are strange and sinister, populated by shifting shadows. Is it trees in my dream? Or at least I think I do. Standing tall, clustered, close-knit, about the banks of a lake. The lake's surface is black as pitch and it reflects snow light. I stand beneath the shade of the trees, my fingers pressed against the whorls of rough bark, while the breeze stirs my hair. Tall grass studded with wild flowers brush my ankle, the trees seem to shudder around me. It's almost like they're afraid. Did something happen? I got over the lake, scanning its black, secretive waters. The surface of the lake is smooth and unbroken, uninterrupted. That's what I thought, at least. But soon my gaze snags upon something. Should it be there? There's something jutted out the lake, something strange, seemingly inorganic. What could it be? I take a step closer to the pitch-black lake, hands clasped to my front. The wind blows even more strongly, disturbing my long hair and the hem of my dress. That's funny. I haven't worn my hair as long as that since I was a little girl. It stops short just beneath my shoulders. I think more than that, we have to manage. I don't wear dresses or skirts either. I wear shorts in summer and trousers in winter. I've never been much of a girly girl. Neve is more conveniently feminine than I am. Heck, even Frances is more conveniently feminine than I am, with all her pastel cardigans. I never dress in so long a skirt. It's cumbersome, no matter how attractive the pattern fabric might fold in the breeze. Not that any of this really matters. The object in the lake is more important. What could it be? I'm sure it's something important, but it's so blurry. I can't quite pick it out. The object is dark and shapeless, just like the lake that surrounds it. It must have distinguishing features, but my dream is obscuring them from me. The closer I get to the edge of the lake, the more my vision skews. It's cold. My skin is prickling with goose flesh. It feels important that I discover what the object bobbing dejectedly in the lake is. I simply have to know where else. Or else what? Why does it matter so much? I don't know. I can't tell anymore. My lungs fill with fog. It slides down my throat, freezing me from the inside out. I choke, my fingers curling about the base of my neck, and then... I awake with a start, my fingers on my throat, sputtering, a series of coughs which had been sadly commonplace. Almost half my mornings have started like this lately. The dry throat and an uneasy feeling lodged in the back of my mind with the peach pit. I have the overwhelming feeling that I dreamt about something important, but I can't remember any of the precise details. The harder I tried to grasp onto it, the more it pours away. Is there more slippery than an eel? Well, if I can't remember what I dreamt of, it can't have been all that important. That's what my mother always says. It could be a useful mantra in some circumstances, but it's rather less practical when the things you've forgotten is, say, your wallet, or your house keys, or an important impending deadline that simply can't wait. Continue to sputter. Double over. Feel rough. At least I've learned from my past experiences. I now keep a glass of water on my bedside table to soothe my aching throat. I wonder what's causing this reaction. I've never been this prone to coughing fits before, but it's been happening more and more regularly since I moved in here. I sit myself upright, still coughing miserably, and reach for my trusty glass of water. I lift my lips down the contents of glass in glass in one, which helps. It soothes the dryness in my throat. It does little to lift the cloud of unease that remains. I dreamed of something important. I'm sure of it. It felt pathetic somehow, but... I squeezed my eyes shut, knuckling my lids with my left hand. But the memories remain as elusive as always. The additional pressure does nothing save making my temple throb. Sighing, I opened my eyes, then set my empty glass on the bedside table. This task accomplished, I advised me to throw myself into the comforting tedium of everyday routine. But something makes me pause. There's something not quite right about all this. Something's missing. What could it be? My alarm clock is still sitting there, where it shouldn't be next to my cozy glass of water. My books are on my shelf, my photos on my walls, but... Oh. Now I see what the issue is. The door that Neve gave me isn't there. Where could she have gone? She might have legs, but it's not like she could have gotten up with them and walked off. The idea is laughable. I peer from my bedside, my gaze directed downwards, and soon find the object of my search. Neve's doll is lying on the ground, half hidden beneath my bed. Her face is pointed upwards towards the ceiling, and her bobbed black hair is strewn against the rug. Her arms are laid straight beside her, and her ruffled clothes are all rumpled. She must have taken quite the tumble. I retrieve the fallen doll from the ground, and glance her over anxiously. My eye for the small details isn't as good as Neve's. It doesn't help that I'm not wearing my glasses, but it doesn't look hurt at least. That's relief. Thank goodness.
Playing Faye. Also, I think that's something I did notice. The highlight in her eyes are gone. The light in her eyes is not here, but it's here though. So that's fun. A bit unsettling, but it should be fine.
Thank goodness. I sigh as I run my fingers through the doll's hair. Neve spent a long time on you. It'd be awful if you got damaged. She'd probably forgive me, but I don't know if I would. How did this happen anyway? I murmur, the soft as the doll, clutching her tight. The doll doesn't reply, of course, but she looks so lifelike. I can easily imagine that she's listening to me. She's proven herself to be quite the confidant during the last few days. She's very easy to talk to. Did I bump into my bedside table before I went to bed? That could have been it. But surely I would have heard you fall. Maybe I hit you my arm when I was sleeping? I know I toss and turn sometimes, especially when I'm in bad dreams. Neve used to complain about that back when we still lived together. I form myself a small smile as I think about the old times. It soon fades. Those times are very, very old indeed. Positively prehistoric. I don't think it was the years Neve and I were dating. How much almost but handily. The doll brings it all back to me. Okay, we're good. I don't think about the years Neve and I were dating that much anymore. But handily, this doll brings it all back to me. Oh, not time. Yeah. It must be because Neve made her. This doll is part of Neve. They both have indigo eyes, and doll even has Neve's black hair.
Women. What the fuck?
Women!
So cute. Pat, 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 pat. Pretty woman. I love women. Did you know that?
Did Neve style the doll after herself on purpose? Is she supposed to be some sort of memento? I could call her. I could call up and ask, I suppose, but that'd feel kind of awkward. Neve might be my dearest friend, but there are some things I can't discuss even with her. Well, whatever happened, I'll try not to do it again. I'm very sorry.
Oh, your eye bags, girl, your eye bags, girl, your eye, your girl, pop. Those are big ass bags.
I apologize to the doll, smiling wryly as I do.
I suggest so.
Then make to send her back on a bedside table. That was a plan, at least, but you know what? You can come with me to the study today, after all. I could use the support, and I don't know if I can trust leaving you on your own. I don't want you getting in any more scrapes. You'd best behave yourself. You hear me?
What?
An adult can't hear me. But understanding seems to flicker in your irises regardless. I'm sure this is nothing more than fanciful thinking, coupled with a lack of sleep. But for a fraction of a second, I noticed that the doll really is smiling at me.
And we could go and take this moment to go and dehydrate and also fill my water bottle back up. So I'll be back in a hot minute. And I'm back. Alright, got myself some more water. Oh, it feels weird saying water. If you're saying water, for some reason, because that's what I've picked up the thing of saying water instead of water, like a non-English person. For some reason, I don't know why. So it feels weird saying water. Give some water. Say water. Anyways, that's besides the point. Go myself some water. We're dehydrated. We're dehydrated, and we are good to go. Right. Several weeks pass, during which little note occurs. I wake up at irregular hours, often later than I should, and I run through my daily routine as if on autopilot. I shower, dress, brush my teeth, then brew a cup of tea. Then when it's
when that invariably isn't enough, I just sit down with a cup of coffee. It's often midday by the time I slouch into my office. Neve's doll is in tow. I'd hoped working with Neve's doll, watching over me, might help me drum up enthusiasm needed to finally set my fingers on my keyboard. But on the rare occasions I'm able to type out a few paragraphs or even shock. A few pages? I invariably find myself disappointed with the results. Writing just doesn't come as easily as it did when I was working on the Christopher Knott series. The words remain insipid, uninspired, and worse for uninteresting. Being hackneyed isn't the worst accusations one can levy at a writer. In the greater authors, or auteurs, if you want to be fancy about it, will fall back on cliches when it suits them. Many writers have such a great wealth of literature to draw upon, which spans centuries. It's impossible to avoid contrivances. When the story beats, settings, and characters can all work just fine if brought to life with enough skill. But I'm starting to question my ability on a technical level. I feel no better than a novice. I've run through dozens and dozens of new stories, such as dish them out in the minutest details, then discard them. When sunlight finally fades, I'm left in no better position than I was upon waking. My laptop screen remains stubbornly blank. I'm starting to lose faith in my skills. It's been so long since I wrote anything I was invested in. I might have lost my ability to breathe life into my characters. If I can't get excited about my stories, how can anybody else? It feels like I'm fighting a losing battle. On one such night, once the sun has sunk, I find myself leaning back in my chair, fingers fisting in my hair. I made no progress at all. In fact, I've become so disillusioned during this creative dry spell. I feel like I'm making reverse progress. Through not writing, my ability will continue to deteriorate. Will I ever be able to write anything decent? Should I finally hit upon a worthwhile idea? At this point, I can't say. What am I going to do now? I glanced at Neve's doll, left sitting on my desk alongside my laptop. Level with me here. Do you think I'm cut out for this? I look at the doll, seriously. My arms folded across my chest. The doll, of course, does nothing. She can't. She's sentient. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm going to do. Maybe this isn't it. It's the end. They say everybody has at least one novel in them. I've written 3. Guess I had a pretty good run of it, all things considered. I shouldn't be too down on myself, but I sighed and kicked the leg on my writing desk. So much for being my trusty companion. I might have written an entirety of Christabel trilogy at this old, scuffed desk, but it's been doing nothing for me lately. I was more motivated last year. I had so much energy. I didn't know what to do with it. It really did feel like I could do anything while I was writing the last Christopher novel. It's hard to believe all that passion could have gone just like that. But just as fireworks burn themselves out after the initial Big Bang, my motivation has fizzled out to nothingness. I'm supposed to be a writer. That's my job. It's there if you look me up online. Paige Crowley, writer. That's what it says. I quit my old job for this. I moved out to the countryside. I thought I needed a change of pace, but now I think I need a change of brain. How can I be a writer if I can't write? What am I going to do now? I feel so worked up. I have expected to feel tears running my eyes. I can't write, but I can at least weep. At this point, I think I might feel better if I started sobbing, but... Damn it. I press the heel of my hand into my eyelids. They feel hot to the touch, but tears don't come. I can't even cry. How much more of a disappointment could I be? Damn it, damn it, damn it! I give my writing desk give my writing desk a kick. I could get it too hard, actually, and it hurts. Oh. Right. My foot's throbbing. Jeez. I bend, massaging my right foot with my fingers, and glance up at the door. Maybe it's a good thing you can't talk. If you could, I bet you'd be judging me. Well, don't you worry. I'm judging me too. I'm so worthless. Maybe I really should give up on it all. On all this. Being a writer? How could I? I don't have the talent for it. My father was right. I'd be better off at an office, filing reports for the rest of my life. Hell. I straighten up, my right foot still stinging, and glance out the window. It's pitch black outside, and the sky is festooned with stars. I can see my tangled garden, but only vaguely. It's comprised of dark, ominous shapes, all but trees and shapeless bushes. It's a pretty sizable lake out back, though I don't have a good view of it from my office. There are too many trees in the way. The lake, like the rest of my garden, I see better days. Its dark green surface is mottled with lily pads and pierced with tall, wavy weeds. Maybe better off under that lake. I know I'm being melodramatic, but I feel so despairing right now. The bottom of my lake seems like the perfect habitat for a glooming creature such as myself. I wouldn't have to worry about anything if I was at the bottom of a lake. Asphyxiation would be pretty scary, but that would only last a few minutes. It seems a small price to pay for endless, unbroken relief. Nalina, Tama, hello, welcome, welcome. I'm almost tempted to get on my feet and leave my office, to glide through the hallway, down the stairs, to the back door out of the garden, when... No, you mustn't. Don't let them get inside your head. Huh? I jump. I'm sure I just heard a voice, but how could that be? Welcome in, Lena, by the way. If you're enjoying... Welcome. If you enjoy sad visual novel games, this is a very good girls love visual novel. I'm doing it so far. I'm like 3 hours in. It's brand new. Came out this Thursday. Thursday? That's what days work, right? Yes, Thursday. Looks at arm as if I have a watch on, as if that would tell me the day of the week it is. No. Tell that's Thursday. It's very good so far. I love the game. If you don't know about it, it's made by Sir Elan and Ebihime. Both really great people. Highly recommend them. They make some great games, and this is the newest one that came out on Thursday. Itch and Steam Link are up there in the chat, pinned up there. Check the game out. It's really good so far. I'm loving it. It's pretty cute. Getting a bit horrifying, I think. It's depressing. I had a voice just now. I'm sure I just heard a voice, but how could that be? I'm alone in my office. There's nobody else here. Or is there? The shadows stretched across the floor, blacker than pitch, seemed to be writhing even. I hear, or at least I think I hear eerie laughter emanating from amongst the shadows. Oh, then all of a sudden, everything was black. The light shut off Saturday morning. My laptop and in my study. Could it be a power cut? This is all I need. But if it's a power cut, why would your laptop be turned off? Why not British? If it's a power cut, why would the laptop be off? The laptop should have its own power source. So it's not a power cut. I groan audibly, my fingers fisting in my hair. I'm just afraid, I tell myself as I look into the sightless eyes of my office. Everything is so dark now, my own furniture has been rendered unfamiliar. I can barely see a foot in front of my face, until I can hear the sound of eerie laughter. But that's all in my head. It isn't real. My imagination is getting the better of me. I've stressed myself out during the last few weeks. That's all because of the move. It doesn't help that Eltnam is secluded either. It's much quieter out here than London is. It's so unsettling. It's silent. In my office, I can hear the whispers of the wind as it bursts against my window panes. And the disquieting, diabolical laughter of the things that lurk in the shadows. They're creeping close to me. Their mouths pulled back, full of sharp fangs I can't see. I saw them out in the garden, the very first day I moved here. But it was still light then. I told myself I was imagining things, but I don't have that luxury now. These creatures, these monsters, aren't hallucinations. They're real. They're really real, and they're inside my house, and they're going to hurt me. If it's drowning in the lake, I'm going to drown here in my office, and nobody will ever find me. I become a brief story in the newspaper, a number in a database, and then I'll vanish as though I never existed. Only my story will survive me. I'll never write anything else now, when I get the chance. The laughter grows louder than ever. It's not just around me, but inside me. I could hear it echoing inside my head, repeated dozens, maybe hundreds of times. Don't run away. You can't run now. You can't run now. You can't run away. Not now. This house is ours, and so is everything inside it. If you're inside the house, then you are ours. And then you are ours too. You aren't going anywhere. You aren't going anywhere. My skin prickles uncomfortably. My heart, meanwhile, feels like it's thumping a mile a minute. I try to rise to my feet, but my legs feel like they've turned to jelly. They won't support my weight, and my right foot is still stingy. My balance skews, my vision distorts, while eerie laughter continues to flood my ears. It's hard to breathe. It really does feel like I'm drowning. I stagger, then fall. My chin hits the carpet with a dull thud, and an acrid tang fills my mouth. More astringent than the blackness of bitterness of coffee. I must have bit my tongue. It would explain why my mouth tastes like iron. It doesn't hurt, though. I'm too anxious to feel any pain. Maybe that's a good thing? Come with us, Paige. Come with us. We'll take you away. We'll take you far away. We know somebody who wants to speak with you. He's lonely out in the lake. He's been so very, very lonely for such a long time. They're getting closer and closer. I can feel their breath against my skin, their claws against my cheek. I still can't see them. I know they're there. The words a strange schoolgirl delivered to me all those weeks prior outside my home. returned to me in a blur, like something seen in a dream. That house. It's not good. Shouldn't be living in there. Nobody should. It'd be the best if you were torn down. That's what to my parents. They didn't listen to me. Nobody does. That's too late, though. You can still listen to me. Is this mysterious? I don't know. Oh, no, that's not. That's something else. Plants! I don't know plants. You hear my warning. If you hear my warning. You hear my warning? You might be able to save yourself. I might be able to save you. I can't read. You hear my warning. I might be able to save you. She warned me about the house, the strange creatures that lurked within it. I didn't listen to her. I thought she was spinning tall tales, like all schoolgirls often do. But now I can see she was right. There's something wrong with this house. Something very, very wrong with it indeed. I ought to have listened. Why did I listen? Now it's too late. Hey you! You leave Paige alone, you rotten monsters! What did she ever do to you? Get away from her! Shoo! Shoo! If you don't, you'll be sorry! A voice filled with my study, lighter than air. It sounds nothing like the eerie, ominous whispers which filled my ears, chilling my body with icy dread. I'm not alone after all. Somebody has come to save me. I can't see the creatures that lurk amongst the shadows, but I can feel their confusion. They begin to slink away, their voices slowly fading. Bit by bit, the warmth returns to my limbs until I can finally move them once more. I'm more aware than ever before the coppery tang that's infused in my saliva. My tongue hurts. So does my chin. I spit a mouthful of blood onto the carpet and lift my head. Ew. Lift my head. No! Don't do that to the carpet! The poor carpet! You have to clean that now! Oh no! The light flickers into life around me with a low electric hum. I can see again. I can feel again. I felt like I was waking through a living nightmare. But normality is finally been restored. The mundane life I've always known returns in full force, and so it never left me. I know! Poor carpet! Poor carpet! Ah! Okay, you want to get that metal tang at your mouth, but like, don't spit on the carpet! Spit like at the floor or something! Like your teacup or something, I don't know, don't spit on the carpet! Poor carpet! No! The strange happenings which occurred during the last 5 minutes have ceased so suddenly. It feels like nothing untoward had happened. It never happened. I could barely remember the fear I felt as those monsters descended upon me. I'm starting to wonder whether those monsters have ever descended upon me at all. It doesn't feel real. I'm almost tempted to write all this off as a feverish dream, whipped up upon yet another long night spent unable to write anything. Are you right, Paige? I'd help you up if I could, but that might be a bit of a challenge to me. You don't have a concussion, do you? Can you tell me how many fingers I'm holding up? What? I blink. My brow furrowed. I thought the night's craziness had finally come to an end, but that was wishful thinking. Something very, very strange indeed is occurring. Neve's doll isn't sitting where I left her, but by my laptop. Instead, she's standing. Yes, standing, of her own volition, on the edge of my desk, her violet eyes peering down at me. She's holding her 2 small, delicate, crafted hands before me, 7 of her neatly sculpted fingers raised. When she sees my confusion written across my face, she frowns. Can you see how many fingers I'm holding up? There are 7, see? You can still count to 7, can't you? Don't tell me those nasty imps scumped your senses. If they've hurt you, I'll never forgive them. How will you be able to work on your own book if you can't count to 7? I don't even know if authors need to be able to count, but I think it's pretty basic life skill.
Oh my god! She's so cute! Ah! Oh my god. Let's go more to appreciate the pacing doll. Look at her go. Adorable. Oh, I just realized it's not a normal. Oh my god. The attention to detail. It's not a normal fucking sprite flip either. Oh my god. I know the bunch of thing, but it's not. This is not the normal like visual novel with sprite flip. It's a totally separate, different model, a different sprite as well. Wow. Wow, that's cool. That's cute. I like that. You don't see that very often in I don't think I see that very often in visual novels. When there's like a 3/4 character sprite, they usually flip you just do a vertical flip. I think it's called. I don't know if it's a vertical flip. What's what again? Is it vertical? Horizontal flip. Horizontal flip. Yeah, horizontal flip on the mirror. This is a whole different character sprite. Wow! Wow! Cool. If you too find this fascinating, go check out the game yourself on Steam or itch.io. It is currently $17.54 on Canadian on Steam, or $15 USD on itch.io. It's $15. It's currently on sale on Steam because it's introductory sale. 10% off until May 14th. Or you can itch.io for $15 or more. Up to you. 15 plus. Your choice. You want to play more? Lol. Anyways, the doll begins to pace back and forth, her arms folded. Looks perturbed over my plight, brow furrowed. Her consternation might be amusing, given her teeny tiny stature, were it not for help. I'm saying all this is. I'm starting to doubt my own eyes. I'm doubting my own ears. I must have hit my head harder than I thought. There's no way. She planned to buy it. To spend money. It's money. Wow! Ooh! Congrats. Good luck on your article. Submission. Hope it gets reviewed. Get money. Oh well. She is so tiny. Yeah, she's doll size, tiny. Also, I'm gonna say here a second. Do I want to try this? I'm going to. Give me a second. Don't worry. Scary extra menu. Ignore anything I see. Look how small she is. Look how small she is compared to look how small she is. That's her mom. That's the person who made the doll. Pat, 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 pat. She's so small. Anyways, we're gonna everything else. We're gonna ignore the fucking music player for now. You don't need that. We're gaming. She's small, tiny. Easy. She can fit in your bag. I sit back down on my haunches I sit back on my haunches as a child might, my eyes upturned. Mom, thank you for your doll. Are you really talking? Oh? The doll blinks, then she smiles. That's right, I am. Don't worry though. It's how things should be. Is it? Yep. I thought you could use a friend to talk to you after those nasty imps put you through so much strife. Don't you want to talk about it with me? Trouble shared is a trouble had. I'm more than happy to listen to you.
But first,
My life's gone.
Throw holds out both hands again.
Wrong voice.
Throw holds out both hands again, with 7 digits unfurled. How many fingers am I holding up? Can you tell? 7. I mean, she literally just told me she was holding up 7 fingers first. 7 of them earlier. But, besides the point. I might have it in my head, but I'm not an idiot. That's right. Well done. Can you count to 7 after all? You can count to 7 after all. I was really beginning to worry about you. Ah!
Colon 3 mouth. Colon 3. Cat mouth. Cat mouth. 1 second. Let's zoom in on that real quick. Oh, wrong way. Cat mouth. Cat mouth.
That's right. Well done. You can't count to 7 after all. I was really beginning to worry about you. How do you feel? Did your head hurt? It's a little painful, I guess. Wait. My thoughts are so scrambled. It takes me a bit to fully register how old the situation is. Once it finally sinks in. What are you doing? So you say you're a fairy? Yes, that's right. Well, my point-sized companion glances down at her lap, smiling sheepishly as she does so. Brownie is probably a more accurate description, but fairy works just as fine too.
I remember someone linked what Brownie was in the Discord for this server. Who asked about it? I believe it's in the... Here it is. Brownie. Type of half-moon fairy. A brownie, or brownie, about 2 different ways. Scottish. Also known as a... I'm not going to attempt to say those, because I cannot read the Scottish words. It's household spirit, or hobgoblin. From Scottish folklore, it is said to come out at night while the owners of the house are asleep, perform various chores and farming tasks. The human owners of the house must leave a bowl of milk or cream, or some other form of... Damn it. Ah, yes. A hob. A common hob. I'm familiar with hobs because of the game Home Safety Hotline. Hobs. Owners must leave a bowl of milk or cream or some other offering for the brownie, usually by the hearth. Brownies are described as easily offended will leave the homes forever if they feel they have been insulted or in any way taken advantage of. Brownies are characteristically mysterious, are often said to be to punish or pull pranks on lazy servants. Thumbs up. A brownie, anyways. Brownie is probably the more accurate descriptor, but fairy works fine too. If it's easier for you to remember, that's how you should refer to me. I wouldn't want to confuse you. It's very kind of you, but I think the boat might have sailed on that front already. Oh yes, good point. The fairy, or brownie, giggles coyly, like a child who's just been caught jumping in the muddy puddle. Sitting on the edge of my bedside. She's sitting on the edge of my bedside table, her stocking feet swooshing back and forth. Tiny feet are clad in black shoes, exquisitely crafted with silver buckles and just the slightest hint of heel. I'm really confused because this is the background for the study. Besides that, I'm fine. They're very elegant shoes. I don't know all that much about fashion, but I think the sort of strap like that are called Mary Janes. If Neve were here, I'd ask her. I'm sure she'd know all about it. It's a lot I don't know that Neve does.
Which you know, however, the one of her own creations has gained a life of its own. Now, capable of sitting, walking, speaking. I think this revelation might fool even Neve. It's been about half an hour since the fairy friend first thought to speak up. I've recovered from this worst of the shock since then. My heart isn't beating a mile a minute at least. But in lieu of my panic, worrying numbness has begun to spread through me. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to feel about all this. What I'm supposed to do? What's the standard protocol for discovering something you thought was an inanimate object can speak? Check oneself into an mental institute, most likely. I still haven't discounted the entirely improbable hypothesis that I've gone insane. If I am crazy, however, I feel remarkably cognizant. But maybe that's what all crazy people think. I've never considered myself to be particularly crazy before. I don't think it runs in my family. My grandmother on my mother's side has Alzheimer's, but I'm much too young to develop that, surely. In any case, I don't think Alzheimer's manifests as seeing porcelain dolls spring to life. I'm tempted to pull out my phone and run a quick search for a list of symptoms, but I'm sorry for alarming you, Paige. It wasn't my intention. I would have reached out to you if I hadn't thought it imperative. I couldn't remain silent, not given the circumstances. I couldn't have. Wow, I've never. You know, I've said couldn't have before, but I never thought to look at it written up in text. And it makes sense that it looks like this, but I never would have thought to. That's what it looks like. But I've said it before. It just feels weird looking at the words. Anyways. I couldn't have reached out to you if I hadn't thought it were imperative, but I couldn't remain silent. I wouldn't have reached out to you if I hadn't thought it was imperative, but I couldn't remain silent, not given the circumstances. It was the only way I could think to protect you. Y'all didn't. Thanks, Vale. Unless I shouldn't have. It felt weird. Yeah, it feels weird for a double contraction? Contraction. Meaning? Is it contraction? Contraction. Grammar. Yes, contraction. A double contraction feels weird. Feels illegal. But I guess it's legal. I guess it's a normal thing to do because you do say it verbally. Auditory, it just feels weird looking at it literally. Literally. It feels weird. Literally as in literature. Not literally as in being literal. Anyways. The only way it was the only way I could think of protecting you. Protecting me? From what? From the imps, of course. Ah, yes. Of course. Now, why did I think of that? There's quite a lot to explain, so I'll give you a abridged version. I don't want you to go to sleep with a headache. Wink. Wow, that's very considerate of you. I'll do my best. She's so cute. I love her. I might not be human myself, but I know you are quite the fragile species. I have first-hand experience of that. I've been watching your kind for many years, see? Ever since the house was constructed. You say you're a brownie. yes? Yes, that's right. The door's answers are quick and fluid, as any person's would be. There's a cheery little lilt to her tone, despite the strangeness which occurred in my office half an hour past. We're still in the office, don't worry about the background, ignore that background, it's supposed to be the bedroom, lol. We're supposed to be in the bedroom, not the study still, I think. Ignore that. Then I go to my office, and half an hour passed, which helps drive the residual unease from me. This whole situation is undoubtedly odd. My companion's presence is a comfort. Somehow. Since you're a brownie, that means it's your job to watch over this house, doesn't it? Yes, that's right. I thought I'd have to explain everything from the top, but apparently not. You're a very knowledgeable woman, Paige. Oh, no, I'm not. Not really. I don't know about the things that really matter. I don't know about the things that really matter. My accountant had to explain tax brackets to me about 5 times before it really stuck. Even then, I still get it mixed up. Tax brackets? Never mind. As a brownie, one who is also a doll, she has even less reason to know or care about taxes than I do. Taxes. Tax brackets. British tax brackets. Lovely. She should count herself lucky there. What I'm saying is, I don't know all that much. I might be an adult, but I still feel like I'm groping around in the dark. Literally, given the night's events. I do know a bit about fairies. About fairies, though. I read children's books, so I've done research. Miss Page, writing 1 page at a time. Without an instrument. I assume so. My guess is Page is an intentional pun. I wouldn't know. I'd have to ask Abby, but I don't know her like that. I don't know Abby like that, so I can't ask Abby. I mean, in Discord I could ask her about that. It feels weird to ask her about an Elan game, that even though she worked on it, it feels weird to ask her about in her server, but it's beside the point. Anyways, lol, imagine I asked that. Lol. Imagine if I just walked in, hey Abby, is Paige in here? Is Paige a plan? Imagine I did that. It'd be so funny. So funny. I'm not doing that though. I'm not going to. Not going to. I do know a bit about fairies though. I read children's books, so I've done some research. I don't know about brownies. I didn't know brownies really existed though. I thought it was all nonsense made up to placate small children. Ouch! It's a bit painful having you reduce my whole existence to nonsense right in front of my face. But oh well. At this point, I'm used to it. Hello, bit. You humans live side by side. Whoa. With the fairy world. But few of you can see us. So, you humans live side by side with the fairy world, but few of you can see us. Not when we're in our original forms. There were a few more humans with that side centuries ago, before all this. How do you say it again? Industrialization? Or digitization now? I've been watching you humans for years, and the progress you make is simply astounding. The world has changed so much in the last decade, and it keeps on changing. It's enough to make my head spin. I can't keep on top of it all. The fairies are pretty stagnant, but the humans keep forging on ahead. If you're not careful, you'll leave us behind altogether. In fact, that's exactly what's happening for over a century. But now isn't the time for a history lesson. But I tried to be brief, and I mean it, and I meant it. Though it's been a while since I was able to speak to any of you humans. It's all very exciting for me, so please forgive me if I go off on tangents. The fairy
Not jiggles.
The fairy giggles again, her laughter floating. It's a reassuring, cozy sort of laughter that seems to drive the shadows away. So to answer what you said before, you would be right in your assumption that I watch over this house. As a brownie, that's my job. I suppose you could call it. Not that I get paid for my efforts. Not monetarily, of course. We fairies don't really have a concept of money. Our economy is the same as yours. We get paid in goodwill from humans such as yourselves, which help us maintain our powers. Most humans are unaware of that we exist, but you should still be able to feel our influence in your daily life. Fairies help humans, and humans help us in turn by bequeathing us with happy thoughts and feelings to, chow down on. It's not like we literally eat your happiness, but we need to sustain ourselves. I see. So it's like a symbiotic relationship? That's exactly right. They don't know it's equally. I want to be a doll as well.
You know? That's valid. That's a valid thought. Capitalism is scary. Imagine. You just sit on the shelf. And occasionally at night you just go about your day, clean the house up, clean that blood-stained carpet that Paige just made. Go open the fridge if possible. Get yourself a little saucer of milk. Lick it up. Have some nice little evening snack. 3-liter milk, tasty. And then go back to work. Well,
there are many different fairies out there, but as a brownie, it's my job to look after people's houses. I've been tied to this house since its construction, all the way back in 1784. It's impressive, huh? Wink.
Star.
Oh, definitely. I can't even imagine living that long. I'm impressed you know the exact date this place was built. Well, you know, this house is my livelihood. Magical energy is tied up in the foundations of this building. It's imbued in the bricks, and the glass, and the mortar. The inside of the house has gone through some changes over the centuries, but the outside has remained more or less the same. It's still the same house I remember. It's every bit as precious to me as it always was. I change with the house. Little rests a hand on her chest, above her heart. And if this house were to disappear, so would I. Our fates are irrevocably intertwined. The house is me, and I am the house. If it is happy, I am happy. And if not, it's our job to put things right. I observed the door, the pale fingers still pressed to her chest, with the furrowed brow. I'm sure what she's saying is all very important, but it's late at night and I'm tired and my mind is beginning to wander. Is this down of her heart beating away inside the hollow cavity of her chest or not? She certainly talks like she does, but the precise nature of her inner workings are a mystery to me. Humans can't survive without the internal organs. You don't need to be a doctor to know that much. Fairies, however, must work on a very different system to humans. I think back to an amateur pantomime production of Peter Pan I saw back when I was a little girl. Even in fairies, the actress player Peter. The actress player Peter had said. Her voice conveniently distorted, distressed. Clap your hands! That feels like a typo.
And clear inner recognitions are an enigma. Those milk in our mind. Is that a typo? Is actress player a typo? I don't know. That feels like a typo. Do I report this as well? I don't know. I'll move on for now. I'll keep it saved for later in case it is a typo. I don't know. I'll think it over. A similar principle must apply in real life. The doll. Should I try to think of a proper name for her? That fairies sustain themselves in happy thoughts and feelings. You don't need a... I just realized I didn't fucking read the rest of that, did I? Did I read the rest of that? I don't fucking know. If you've been fairies, the actress player, Peter, had said, her voice convincingly distressed. Clap your hands. A similar principle must apply in real life. The doll, should I try to think of a proper name for her? Said fairies sustain themselves in happy thoughts and feelings. You don't need a stomach to digest thoughts, do you? What about a heart? A brain? Lungs and liver? If I cut her open, would she bleed? It's an interesting proposition. Postulation even. But not one I'm willing to check anytime soon. The sight of blood makes me squeamish, and I don't want to take a scalpel to one of Neve's creations. It would feel like a waste. Why are we looking at her chest? Hey, I don't feel like I'm supposed to be staring at her chest right now. This feels wrong. This feels wrong. I feel like we should have panned up by now at some point. And given this doll is such a sunny disposition, it made me feel a bit like a blood psychopath to boot. I've been watching over this house and its inhabitants since the construction. I'm supposed to keep the peace, but it might be rather tiring. I'm not as powerful as once was, but the imps are even more enormous. You mentioned the imps before, but you still haven't explained them. Are they related to the creepy giggles I heard back in my office? That were totally not still standing in? Yes, they are. They're also behind the rustling in the garden, and the shenanigans with the plumbing, the bad dreams too. You know about all that? It's my job to know these things. I've been watching over you since you moved in, Paige. Oh, right. I'm not sure how I should feel about that. Happy? Sad? Perturbed? Has this fairy seen me cursing in the shower and back bowed while a spray of scalding water burned my scalp? I hope not. That's too embarrassing to even contemplate. So these imps, they've been causing problems, you say? That's what they do, yes. That's why they exist. They are agents of chaos, born from unhappy memories and lingering resentments, and this house has more than its fair share of them. I've tried tirelessly to protect the humans who live within this house's walls, but I haven't always been able to succeed. You humans are awfully good at making yourself immiserable. Yeah, I can't deny that. Some people out there are good at getting on with things, or laissez-faire. But there's also others who overthink every little thing, like me, Paige. I think I fall into the latter category. I'm always making mountains out of molehills. I'd be an ideal target, in other words, for these so-called imps. Shh, don't spoil the name yet. We haven't learned it yet. Don't spoil the name yet, Possum. I know it, but they don't know it yet.
The inn doesn't know yet. Don't spoil the name. Homes tend to birth imps if they have been standing for long enough. Resentment piles over the years like falling leaves, and the imps feed on it. The numbers swell and expand. They plot to cause even more misery. That's all they're capable of. They are born from misery, and they beget misery. They aren't intelligent beings like us fey folk. They can't be reasoned with. They exist solely to torment humans. The house is stuffed full of imps. They've been enjoying themselves a good deal these last few weeks at your expense. They've been playing all sorts of pranks on you. Their mischief has all been mostly harmless so far, but I'm worried things will escalate if I don't do anything about it. If you let the imps frighten you, they'll become bolder, stronger, even more brazen. They continue to make mischief until they've driven you mad. In some cases, these imps can even drive unsuspecting humans to their deaths. Oh, wow. I see. Look at fairies and brownies. This is all very horror movie-esque. Substitute the word imps for demons or ghosts, and you have a classic haunted house story on your hands. This is all starting to sound pretty serious. It is serious, but don't worry. I'm here for you now. You're not alone. You never have been, not as long as you've been living here. Gently, my new companion smiles at me. I've always been here, inside this house. I was here when you were given a tour of these rooms last year, and I was here when your friend was helping you unpack all your belongings. I've been looking out for you from day one, but you weren't able to see me, much less speak to me until now. This vessel is awfully convenient, I must say. It's so detailed, not to mention incredibly lifelike. You must thank your friend on my behalf when next you speak to her. This body is perfect. I take it that without the door's body, you wouldn't be able to talk? The door shakes her head. Very few humans can perceive my true form in the modern era, and you are no exception. I tried to reach out to you sooner, but my words were wasted on you. If I wanted to speak to you properly, I knew I had no choice but to inhabit this door's body. My powers may be a fraction of what they were, but I'm capable of possessing objects so I can interact with humans. But I can't possess any old object, unfortunately. These objects have to bear enough superficial similarities to my real form for the magic to work. Doors are perfect for it, being bipedal, but eyes and nose and mouths. But mass-producing doors are no good. Mass-produced doors are no good. I can only possess doors that were made with love. That's what me fairies feast on, after all. This door, in particular, well crafted, completely unique. Her face and fingers are, and all her tiny toes.
Wiggles toes.
There are holes on one hand. The door holds one hand up. The ball-jointed fingers flexing. And all one of a kind. And they were all made for you. That's what made this door such a wonderful vessel. It took a little while for me to possess this door properly, and a whole bunch of trial and error, and I've not done this in ages. Now I'm all settled though. I should be able to possess this door for a good long while. I'm not going to go anywhere, so don't worry. I'll keep you company, and I'll be sure to protect you from the imps, I promise. Pat, 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 pat. This is quite the proclamation coming from a being which isn't even a foot tall. But I appreciate the sentiment, regardless. Her determination is adorable. I'm not sure how I feel about unwittingly buying a house steeped in human misery, but having a fairy companion makes it a little easier to digest. There's still a chance, of course, that this is all a detailed hallucination brought about by lack of sleep and an overabundance of work-related stress. But I'd like to take this doll's word for a trace value. I want to believe that fairies exist, and I'd love to live side by side with a secret, magical realm. Who wouldn't? Alright then. I'll hold you to that. Please take care of me, Miss... Do you have a name? I do, but it's something you could pronounce. Not with a human tongue. You wouldn't be able to make the right sounds. Are you sure about that? I can always give it a try. No, it's fine. I wouldn't want to put you out. I wouldn't want to put you out. If you want to call me anything, you should pick out a name of your own. Any name will do. Let's do it. Are you sure about that? I'm sure. And about it all. This is more for your benefit than mine. So you ought to choose anything you can remember. So that you can remember. That's, awfully easygoing. Aren't you afraid I'll choose something silly like... Oh, I don't know... Sparky? I see her. I must hug her. I must hug her, pat her, give her all my mortal possessions for her, and surrender my soul to her. Hey, I don't think she wants half of those things. Hug, pat? Sure. I don't think she wants more possessions or your soul. But your happiness, though. Give her some happiness. That'll be good for her. Like hugs and pats will give her happiness. I don't think your soul is needed, though. I'll take it. I'm just joking. I'll take it, though. I'm joking. So he's got... I don't know, Sparky? Do you want to call me Sparky? Do you... Sorry. Do you want to call me Sparky? Concerned her eyebrows. Do you want to call me Sparky? Not really, no. That's the name of Neve's dog. I'm not sure why it was the first name that popped in my head. But there you go. Don't call me Sparky then. Call me whatever you like. Please. Love of all things. Don't call me Sparky. Thank you. What about Bob? That's fine too. Wait. Oh no. I was like... wait. Anyway. What about Bob? Bob. That's fine too. Or Trevor? Trevor. Then you're that, if you like. Maxwell? Oh, that sounds pretty cool. That's the name of a character from the Christabel trilogy. He was a villain. And quite a wicked one too. I sigh. I can't name you after him. I need to think of something more suitable. I know! It's just... Bob. Trevor. Maxwell. I can't name you after him. I need to think of something more suitable. Let's see... She said she's fine with any old name. But as an author, I never give myself a call to something unsuitable. I take great pains over my characters' names. Mood. Big mood. They're essential parts of their beings, which encapsulate their personalities. Sometimes pretty, other times punny, often prosthetic, but always appropriate, not pathetic, prosthetic. Naming my characters is a lengthy, painful process akin to pulling teeth, which can take days or even weeks. Naming of the living, breathing life form, meanwhile, feels like an even greater burden. What will I do if I lumber my fairy friend with a totally unfitting moniker? I'd never be able to address her without cringing at my own lack of creativity. This is pretty tricky, but... Anything is fine! Have you decided yet? I'm trying to decide. Just give me a moment. Surely you have some preferences. Not really. No preference. Are you sure? Totally sure. I'm sure. We fairies don't sweat the small stuff. Hee hee. Totally sure. I was thinking of a whole new name, Small. This is a very big deal. I think a whole new name, Small. This is a really big deal. Just move it right there. Very unhinged. I don't confuse it when naming character. I know. To you? Maybe. Not to me. Not really. I know I won't change, no matter how you choose to dress me. Whether Sparky, or Bob, or Trevor, or whatever, that won't change the fact that I'll always be me. It's good to know that she's so easygoing, I guess. That should make this easier. But I'm still struggling. I've not been able to think of anything creative during the last few months. My inspirations are at an all-time low. I can't put off naming this doll indefinitely, though, and I definitely can't stop calling her doll or fairy. Maybe akin to calling myself human, or worse, female. Female. It seems a bit demanding. My fairy companions inhabiting this body of an elaborate, exquisite doll, and maybe something Victorian would suit her. Emmeline, Amelia, Evangeline, Eleanor, or maybe... What about Faye? Will that be alright? Ew! No. Faye? Is the name you wish to give me? I think so, maybe. I know it's not very original, but you are a fairy, so I think it fits. It has to be better than any other top choice, which was Dolly. A bit too on the nose. It's a little bit too on the nose. Faye. Faye it is then. If that's what you want to call me, that's what I'll be known as. Once again, it's lovely to make your acquaintance properly, Paige. Let's be friends. Oh, yes, it's very nice to make your acquaintance too, Faye. The, feeling is mutual. I'm not too happy with the name I picked for my companion, but at least it's better than Sparky, and certainly more appropriate than Maxwell. If I had a little more time, I'm sure I could have thought of an even better, more unique name to bequeath the fairy friend, but this will have to do for now. It's the best I can come up with. D's. For writer, my creative sensibilities, they do leave a lot to be desired. Okay, that feels like a good place to end it, so let's go, before we close the game, let's look at the baby again. Oh, hello, gallery. Wow. The cuties. Oh, the cuties. Women. Oh, I just noticed it's a tattoo. Oh my god. Whoa. That's cute. Pat, pat. 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 Right there. Just my scene transition to my functional screen. Let me close the game before, because there's 2 musics playing right now. And that is going to be it for me today. I'll close the game. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, Luna, for popping in. Hope you enjoyed.
my reading. Certainly an experience. It certainly is an experience. That's it, chat. We died. Sorry. Also, thank for the... I'm not getting notice. What the fuck? Also, thank for the follow half an hour ago. I don't know where the alert box is. Hey, Twitch, what the fuck are you on? It's not on my activity feed. It's not... Anyways, about the follow email. Confusion. Hey, Twitch, what the fuck are you on about? You good? What are you doing? This is like the second time I've not gotten the follow, thing. What the fuck? Shook? What the hell? Mimo! I have Mimo! I do have Mimo. We love Mimo here. Mimo, big fan Mimo. Why didn't the follow thing go off? I'm so confused. Did I filter my thing by... Nope, I have filter on everything is on. Alerts. Filter the controls. Okay, that didn't do anything. That changed nothing. Weird! I'm just gonna... Just because... We're gonna pretend it played. I'm just gonna... do this. Hey, this is totally a real follow alert. Wow. Totally real. Wow. Thank you, Lena, for... Totally real. Whoa. Totally not scripted. Totally real. Wow. I'm not sure why the fuck did it play the actual alert. It's weird. It's on my dashboard. It's on like the fucking feed. Why is it giving me numbers? What the fuck? Weird. Anyways, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you, Possum. Thank you, Lena. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed. We're gonna go say to my lovely friend. I think anyone else live. No. No, no ad. Shut up, ad. No ad. We're ending stream. No ad. Stop it. You hurry up then. Ooh, something Yuri paddle. No, Yuri paddle. What? Yuri paddle. Could go to you know. Instead of my usual Yuri, instead of my usual raid target, we're gonna go ahead to this new person. Don't know who the fuck they are. But they're playing another student Elan game. They're playing Yuri Paddle, a anime convention murder mystery. We're gonna say hi to them. They seem like fun. This stranger I don't know. But yeah, that's the for me today. Thank you for hanging out. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go and have a shower and some dinner. But thank you all for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed my readings and my silly little accent voices I do. Next stream of this will be next week at 3 p.m. EST. But next general stream for me will be on Thursday, 9 p.m. EST for some off. We're gonna play some start off for real this time. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for hanging out and sticking around. Hope you guys have a good rest of your evening and stuff. Until next time,